was a hot summer's day in the middle of the Sahara. All the tribes was packing up to head out yonder, to hang out in a spot that wasn't as hot as the last parking lot that was just as hot. At the watering hole at the palm tree oasis is where the camels would go to stuff their faces with H2O for their singular humps, for the long trip ahead over the vast trial. But old Gritty Two Humps was a gluttonous llama, while everybody slumbered pre-Exodus. Overweight her humps with precious water, survival goods, mega stacked, made her sink into the... Now cruise control is how the camels rolled across the sandy sea. But Greedy G was loaded down heavy, wobbly at the knees. Greedy Two Humps. Taken up the slack, it fell into a slump. With the sun relentless and hot on her back, her distance receded and she fell way back. But the 1-2 hump camels who travel light left 2 humps behind, clear out of sight. Her greedy 2 humps, filled and heavy as lead, the herd had moved on and she was left for dead. The cackles of jackals that wore a faint sound began to get closer and gather round. And hyena laughter, always a bad sign, were now closing in on 2 humps behind. The buzzes that circle began to descend on 2 humps, the llama that sat in the sin. She became the feed for those in need. Survival goods, mega stacked, made her sink into the black.
Well, good election evening, everybody, from Divided We Stand in Bridge, New Jersey. We have an exciting night. Perhaps this night will be the biggest night in our lives. It should turn out that way. And we have something special for everybody tonight. We have a lot of guests coming in each hour. And to start off, I'd like to introduce you to all of our guests from the 8 to 9 spot, at least. I know we're going to have some that are going to stay longer. We have our Ryan Velez, who joins us again from Kentucky. Good to see you, Ryan.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Okay. We have my wife, Ronnie Weinstein, lower left. Ronnie, great to see you. Thank you for coming by tonight, even though you're only 10 feet away. And who's this guy? The guy has nothing better to do on Saturday nights. Has now joined us on Tuesday night. But no, he's my good friend David Price, and he is back from the war zone in Washington, D.C., and we certainly have a lot of things to talk about. We've seen a few things come in, but doesn't look too good in a couple of places. I already see they're projecting Mitch McConnell to win. So have you guys been following any of the results in the last 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. I remember that, I think. Did she? Yeah, I think so.
Well, it looked like it said right now that that McConnell's up like 58% to like 42 or something.
But how much of the vote is in?
Well, they've already projected that he's going to win. However, Biden is up in Texas right now. I mean, for what that's worth.
And Florida, I think.
And Florida, but slightly, right. So there's just so much to talk about tonight, everybody. So, we're going to have tonight's basically going to be an open forum because this will be a dynamic night where we're just watching results, giving some ideas about what we think is going to happen. Again, we're going to have other people come in. So I'm going to leave it open for everybody and get their feeling. Do you have a positive feel about this? Do you have a negative feel? Or...
You want to do it? Let's do it this way. I always usually start. Here it is. Our next president will be Joe Biden, and before we go to bed tonight, we will know that.
Okay, so before we
everybody go. You can just take it. I mean, that's going to happen. So, if you have anything you want to do, watch TV, go out and running, make fun of Brian, whatever you want to do, because the election's over.
Okay.
Joe Biden is going to be the president, and we're going to know that. Jim Carville said by 10. I'll go with that. We'll know it by 10 p.m.
We'll know by 10 p.m.
Yep.
Well, I know, at least in Kentucky, I mean, as I said on the last time I was on the show, I do think that McConnell will probably win just because our governor barely won and all other seats were given to Republicans across the state. But on Google, I mean, I'm just looking at their poll results here. It says 67% reporting with McConnell up by 16%. But Kentucky was not allowed to count any of the absentee ballots until starting after today. Yeah, I'm not sure if that means like after polls close or tomorrow morning. Right. I don't know exactly what it means, but so there's some hope there. Pretty much everyone I know.
They are projecting him to win, though, McConnell. They have not that.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Although we did make our pizza that looks like McConnell, and hopefully that will doom him because that did work for Matt Bevin.
I love that pizza. Mm-hmm. Did it taste as good as it looked, Ryan? It was really cool.
It was great. Tracy does a fantastic job making pizza look like Trump. I don't know how she does it. I tried it once and I didn't do a good job.
Could you make a pizza that...
I'm just going to say, Ron, well, listen, I want to have Ron get her opinion. Okay, Ron, I think I know how you feel, but how do you feel?
About which thing are you talking?
Just about
your husband.
Yeah, I believe Mitch McConnell will be the winner. As far as Trump,
right.
I am actually having PTSD from 4 years ago right now. So I felt very calm 4 years ago and was not calm at the end of the evening. So I just reserve. I want to go with Dave, but I have to wait for the other shoe not to drop, so to speak. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually the minute I see something like this with I thought McConnell was going to get a run for his money, and you may be right, Ron, where they may start counting these ballots, but 16% looks pretty tough to make up. And I don't trust the Republicans, so I'm going to say right now,
that's the whole thing.
I am still scared about this. And as we go through the night, we'll see how much more scared I get. And Dave, I don't want you to be, over 14 with your. Well, actually, you did get the Supreme Court thing right a couple times with John Roberts, but. Dave, I trust you as a friend and your political know-how, but that 0-13 just stings me.
Well, I have a very important question for Ryan, and I think it's probably the question that most of our listeners/viewers want to know now. You said Tracy, right? That's who did the
Yes.
the McConnell. And like I said, if you didn't see it, I urge you to look at that pizza. It was professionally done. Now, could you make one of Brian Weinstein? And then what we could do maybe is sell it in better prisons or in Russia.
You think I was running for office tonight?
Well, I could offer two things. We could make one that looks like him, but we could also do a face mashup like he's always doing,
Right.
with him and somebody else at the same time. But she's the artist, not me. So
Okay. Well, we think about that tonight.
All right. So where do we begin with this? I guess again, none of us. I mean, I have the TV on here on my phone, but that's not really helping me out. I like to hear what's his name, Ron, not Kondraki, but
Steve Burnett. Steve Burnett. Wait.
Kornacki.
Steve Kornacki.
Yeah, he's really, really good. And if I can get past these commercials, get some.
Well-
But Biden is up in a lot of states. He's up in New Hampshire. It looks like he's got that. And they knew that was going to happen there, and Maine Maine will go to Biden, but I guess the whole point's going to be, as David had said in the past, it's going to be Wisconsin, Michigan,
Sun Belt.
Pennsylvania. David, you've said before, David, he doesn't have to win Florida.
No.
Correct.
Look, I was as stunned as anybody in America when he won. Okay. After I stopped crying for 2 days, then I decided what has to happen for somebody other than Trump to win in 2020. And the answer was relatively simple. It was win Pennsylvania, win Michigan, and win Wisconsin. Now, we're not here to second guess or trash anyone. Hillary Clinton would have been a phenomenal president. As a campaigner, and I think quite honestly, and I don't fault her so much or her campaign, but the fact that Trump came in, she kind of ignored those states at the end. For example, in Pennsylvania. Now, notice the difference. In Pennsylvania, she closed in Philadelphia. Now, it would take beyond a miracle. Brian, I think that's for you. It's Gary Peacock.
Listen, Gary, he's bugging me.
What happens is this. So Hillary closes in Philadelphia, right? Had Bruce Springsteen, had everybody there, great. But Philadelphia's going to go Democratic. What was the last stop for Joe Biden? Pittsburgh. Where's the weakness? To the western side. Michigan, if it's any kind of memory, will remember that President Obama, with Joe Biden as vice president, saved the auto industry. And Wisconsin, he's been leading there more than he has in Michigan and Pennsylvania. But that's not the only avenue. There's really some interesting things tonight. Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, if I understand correctly, they've all been counting their votes before. So unlike some
And
states,
they're also too close to call right now. They're saying too close to call in North Carolina.
well, yeah, but it's not. They're not. Look, everybody's going to be cautious tonight, except for me and Jim.
Well, they've already at least with Trump, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Indiana.
Oh, come
he's
on.
got-
Say something that surprises me. There's only nine. There's only 9 states that matter. Hey, guess what? Guam may go
Okay.
for Joe Biden.
here's one that's surprising me right now.
Go ahead.
Texas has 38% reporting with Joe Biden with a decent lead.
Yes.
I mean, and
That's-
Texas is also a state that can count their ballot, like have already been counting their absentee ballots. So
And
that's
Texas would be a
interesting.
tremendous surprise. It not only would be a surprise. Again, forget Florida. Florida is always going to be crazy because old people go down there. But Georgia, as Atlanta continues to grow, North Carolina with the research triangle, And Texas is not just dust and cowboys anymore. Austin, Houston, Dallas. Dallas is still relatively conservative for a town. Large Spanish population. And look, I was a reporter for a long time. I was somewhat of a political reporter. And, we say what we think and whatever. And I'm sure you guys saw at some point, no, Joe Biden doesn't have enough, Latino votes, right? Well, yeah, he's going to have them, okay? Maybe not enough to win Florida, but he's going to have them maybe in Texas. Now, if Texas goes and becomes a blue state and one election does not make a state red or blue forever, I don't want to take full credit for it, but when we arrived in Virginia, Judy and I, that is the year that it went from purple to blue and has been blue ever since. And Trump, outside of when I saw him today, and I did run across him today, in Virginia, he only made about 3 campaign stops here, and that was it.
Isn't he ahead in Virginia today?
Who?
Isn't Trump ahead in Virginia right now?
He was in Roslyn. Yeah, I don't know. No, there's no way. Yes, because what'll happen, Ronnie, like you live in Jersey and it's very similar, North Jersey, South Jersey. But in our case, it's the D.C. area and Richmond against the rest of the state. And there's no way. In fact, there's talk that every representative, of course, the senator will be Democratic, Biden will win the state, and it is now conceded by Republicans to be a blue state. If Texas ever goes that way, keep the Electoral College. I'm fine with it because there'll never be another Republican president in our lifetime unless they get somebody so popular, right, that they get every independent, and is what's happening this time, Democrats to cross over. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that there's more chance of Biden winning Texas than there is Florida.
Really? That's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
I mean, it's what it looks like currently.
Well, Ron, your friend Jackie Simon, who's part of the
Yes, Poppy, they did.
How did she feel? Because I guess she's nervous about this, isn't she?
She thinks that Florida is the dumbest state on the planet. That's what she thinks. And honestly, the reason I'm so nervous is because I know that Republicans would rather vote for Kanye West than pull the lever for a Democrat. And that's what freaks me out about this night. I understand that there's more Democrats than Republicans, but I don't get the feeling that we have turned that many people from red to blue. I just don't get that feeling at all.
Well, one of the things I think is we're seeing increased numbers in the election, and I have this theory that you have more Democrats voting who haven't traditionally voted before, like young people or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got fringe voters that Trump has emboldened who are like, oh, finally a president who thinks like me. And I think they're out there. So I think those are the two major groups that I think are actually driving numbers up.
So
Hopefully
is it evening? Do you
fringe.
think it's evening out, or do you think there's more on one side than another?
I don't know. I mean, it's just my thought, but I hope that it's less or it's more young people voting. That's what I'm really hoping for, because really if all the young people voted, the country would be totally different. So I have to believe that there are less fringe people in general. I just have to believe that. And so I hope that ends up being true.
I don't know. I do know that people came of age, that were involved in the school shootings, and that's in that category that you're talking about. But I don't know. People that I never even suspected to be Republican sort of came out of the woodwork in the last few weeks, and I'm like, wow, okay, it's not making me feel confident. So,
and we've said before, Ronnie, which you're aware of, and of course I'm really aware of where you and Brian live, since I once lived in your neighborhood. It's so much where you live. You know what I mean? If you came down here, and I've said this before, last election, Arlington County, where I live, or where we live, not I live, was 76% Hillary, 14% Trump. It wouldn't surprise me if it went 90% Biden this time.
Mm-hmm.
I was so shocked today. I saw a Trump truck. I about fell over. They just don't exist in this part of it. So, but that's a false positive, right? And then if you go to Fortescue, that little fishing village, Brian likes what's his name? I can't. Oh, Sybil so much, where he likes what's down there.
This guy's he's off the wall tonight.
Causing trouble.
Yes.
Now here's what
Joe, he's
you go-
causing problems.
Are you done, Brian?
Okay.
I'm trying to be serious here. No, listen. If you go down there, you'd think, my God, Trump is going to, sweep the continent. So again, it's where you are. Somebody said he was going to win Indiana. I have to comment on this. Ronnie, your friend said Florida is the dumbest state, in the union. Is that correct?
Well, she's in there and she believes that, yes.
Yes. And I'm not going to argue with your friend, but I would say Indiana is the dumbest, worst state in the United States of America. The corn ears are smarter that they grow there than the majority of the people outside of Indianapolis. And yes, I'm talking about you, my relatives, but no. So
Yes, that's
Indiana-
exactly what he's doing.
But Brian, I mean, I know you're trying to run this professionally, but we got to be honest. Like I said, there's 10 states tonight, roughly, give or take. And and that's one of the problems. And maybe that's something we should address, Ryan, after this gets done. If we keep going, not tonight, but whenever, and Brian and Ronnie, what does it mean when you have states on either side that are, the election is always going to be X number of states. And I'm certainly not a Republican because I'm not a conservative. I'm not a Democrat because I don't join parties, just like I don't join churches, but I am a liberal, which means I vote 99.99% of the time Democratic. But even I can understand sometimes you need, the opposition if they're not out of their mind like Trump. And if the Dems pick up Texas or Florida, or say a combination of Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia, which is doable, if they get back, and all of a sudden then, I don't know that's really good either. Your votes, I hate to say it, Brian and Ronnie, but your votes didn't count in
No, they
in
didn't.
Jersey, and my vote in Virginia didn't count, and Judy's vote didn't count, and Ryan, your vote counted very much against Mitch McConnell. Okay, but I would defer to your expertise in your state, but I don't see a Democrat. Definitely not because of who Joe Biden is. I don't see a Democrat winning there for at least a couple election cycles.
No,
Texas,
probably not.
88% in right now, and they said Trump's up by a few hundred votes, so that one's going to go right down to the wire, it sounds like.
What's that, Brian? I missed it.
In Texas, Trump is up by just a little bit, but
it's like a Beto.
close.
It's like a Beto thing. Honestly,
I think it's a little bit closer than that even. It's
Yeah.
almost like that.
No.
And I'm afraid with that governor there again. I'm going into the area where it gets subjective. I don't trust that governor at all, Sanford or whatever his name is.
No, that was a TV show with Red Fox, Sanford and Son.
Let me look him up. I forget his name. I just know he's an asshole. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
The governors
On
can
the-
cause a lot of problems.
I don't like most
Greg
governors
Abbott.
these
Greg
days.
Abbott. Okay, Abbott.
Yeah, Abbott and Costello. Yeah.
Yeah, and Trump is up in Georgia, 56% to 43, with
Oh, that
only
sucks.
20. But it's only 23% in. Maybe
Mhm.
it's got to be
Now-
closer
now-
than that.
No, what it is, guys, too, and I mean, I'm not some kind of expert, but I have covered a few elections in my time. You would think it might be the reverse, that cities would come in before rural areas, but it's not really that way a lot. And it's just sheer numbers, right? It's sheer numbers. So usually it would not, that Georgia, I mean, they're all meaningless at this time, but the early numbers are really, really not so meaningful for Democrats because the rural areas tend to be, more conservative, more Republican. And so you really have to see, if you tell me it's those numbers and Atlanta's in, then there's severe problems.
Right. By the way, Sandy says that Poppy Davis, she is from Texas, so if we have any questions to ask her, maybe she'll post something. So, Poppy, if you have any feeling toward the way this is going to go in Texas, please feel free to post because we'll put it up there.
oh,
Ohio is, they say it's too close to call, but right now Biden's up, but they say it's too close to call in Ohio, and I would think that he's going to go. That's going to go for Trump too.
I see that North Carolina is currently Joe Biden by a
Yes.
decent amount,
Right,
Yes.
which is surprising.
very
right. Although they say it's still too close to call, because once those other areas start coming in, it's kind of like Pennsylvania, where Philadelphia stuff comes in early, and then all of a sudden the Boondocks come in, and then it starts building up. So they know what they're doing. You know?
So you
Biden's,
just
Biden's up in South Carolina right now, but he's probably not going to win South Carolina. You know,
I'll tell you what. If he wins South Carolina, Brian, next day you teach in school, you should go naked to teach in school, because that'll be a great day.
Dave, what are you basing your overall statement on about him being the next president of the United States?
Biden.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I don't, up until today, when it becomes election day, I don't put qualifiers in. Okay. There are certain qualifiers that automatically come in. A, I can be wrong. Okay. Nobody should bet on that, right or wrong. B, as Brian, you've pointed out, Ronnie, Ryan, you've touched upon it. The Weinsteins are kind of the king and queen of this. We shouldn't trust any Republican-dominated state, okay? And that would be where a Republican governor is there or the state legislature is held. I don't think at this point, look, voter intimidation doesn't work today. I mean, it doesn't work tomorrow. And it didn't work real well for them, right? That was a concern. They couldn't pull it off. So I don't think they're going to be able. And I know people come back to, and I understand this, they come back to, Gore and Bush, and I understand that. But there's a difference. It was one state. There were questions, legitimate questions, and the Supreme Court shut it down. This will not come down to one state. Okay? As I say,
it's not.
It's not. Now, if it gets, and again, I'll qualify for you, Ron. If it gets to the courts, of course, we don't know what's going to happen. However, I'm going to cite Houston as an example. 127,000 ballots the Republicans asked to be not count, because the clerk did a brilliant thing. He had drive-through voting in a pandemic. How cool is that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that's, oh my God, conservatives are going to shut it down anyway, but they don't understand, because they couldn't drive and vote at the same time. So a Republican judge appointed by George W. Bush said, get the hell out of my court. This is bogus. Goodbye. They went before another judge, moved it up. That was the state, moved up to the federal court. Another Republican judge says, yeah, right. So, yes, we should be fearful, but I don't see any of those challenges. I'm more concerned with what a governor might do. And look, we've been fed, we virtually know every possible thing that could happen, including, if you remember earlier, guys, remember when the asteroid was headed to Earth at this point? So we know possibilities, and there's nothing wrong with knowing them. But because we're all so fearful, Ronnie, and we are, then people latch on, oh my God. Brian's famous statement, I can't refute it, but Trump's won every time. But nobody wins every time. And this is going to be the time, because Trump is not going to win. That's all. Also, if you look at the if you look at the election as a whole, I think this is important. Donald Trump, I'm going to use a very sexist, crude phrase here, so please forgive me, shot his wad, if you will, against Clinton. He got every vote he could get, every damn vote that man got. Now, go back to what Ryan said. Younger voters, you know what I mean? You said it, Ryan. Younger voters are not going to vote for Donald Trump for the most part. So he got all the votes he could get, and more of his voters died because they were older. And on top of all that, I don't know the number. I'm going to make up a number here, but probably at least 500 well-known Republicans, not elected officials now, have said we're not voting for him. Generals, every level of government, they have to influence 4 or 5 people who all voted Republican before. So he doesn't have the numbers to win. That's all.
All right.
I definitely hope he loses. I think Biden's going to win because I mean, this might be an emotional argument, but I just have to believe that enough people are seeing just how horrible this is. I mean, when's the last time we had an election where the White House put up a bunch of walls around itself to, and the FBI has a task force, watching for domestic terrorism, for November 3rd. I mean, it's just nuts. Like, this isn't normal. Why would anyone wake up every day and see all this stuff and think oh yeah, my country's better now? I mean, this is just nuts.
In the words of somebody that I knew well, that I had no idea would react this way, their reasoning for voting for Donald Trump is she worked hard in her life. She didn't receive any handouts, any inheritance, and he's protecting her. That's how they see it.
No,
He's
you're right.
protecting her. And I'm just, my head just does like an exorcist thing when I hear that, because are you not paying attention to who just got nominated to the Supreme Court?
Right.
Are you a woman? Do you have a daughter? Do you have a niece? Do you have friends? I mean, do you not hear what is going on here? So, this is where I go with that. If all you care about is your money, that to me does not make sense. It just does not make sense. You're
Does
not
to
thinking.
her, though, doesn't it?
Well, it's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Exactly.
Okay?
But no, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, in general, I will say this statement in front of any Trumpublican anywhere in the world. I will say you are a selfish prick or a selfish prickus. And I want them to prove to me that they're not. And you know why they can't do it? Because they are. Same thing. They're not identical. But for the most part, Trumpers don't wear masks. Okay. Again, I spent roughly 3 hours today in crowds outside the White House, hoping that Donald would let me in. He wouldn't. I tried to go in with a couple reporting crews. And I really could have said, if I'd left 5 minutes earlier than I did for my last journey into the White House, that in those 3 hours, I did not see one person that wasn't masked. I did see 3 teenagers who I got the impression were just there to see what was going on, not involved, and they did not have masks on. Now, contrast that with what we saw, and Ryan, you're right about the walls and stuff. I mean, pretty soon, if Trump wins, they'll probably, I can't probably get out of my apartment in Virginia because the walls will extend across the Potomac.
Right.
But contrast that with what we've seen inside the White House. No masks.
Oh my God.
And you know what? That again leads to selfishness. Yes, Joe Biden is right. This is for the soul of America. And I think, Ryan, I'm coming back to what you said. I think the soul of
Kentucky's
America
given to Trump right now.
Oh yeah, that's not even a question.
that was it. That was a given.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Vermont Biden. I'm worried about
Only
Florida
what-
because it looks like only 9% left, and he's
What is
in. It's Trump's up by 1.8% and 91% of the votes in Florida. That's going to be
I
tough.
thought they're not going to know this until God knows.
Well,
when.
I don't know what the
Well,
hell.
Florida-
guys. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I was going to say Florida they've been counting ballots for 3 weeks. So
Right.
their results are probably going to be somewhat. I mean, they're still going to be counting probably through tomorrow or a few days. But
Popular vote: Trump leads 18 million to 17 million
Ugh.
In Florida,
everywhere. Popular vote.
Popular vote.
A little bit.
is Indiana's votes in there? Because we're throwing Indiana's votes out tonight.
So
Yeah, Indiana is
is this going to end up to be like 4 years ago? I mean, seriously, you guys. I mean, I don't want to be
No.
hearing this. I don't want to be hearing
No.
this right now.
No, it is not.
Well,
going to
no, we
end
still
up-
have to wait for the states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are the ones.
Well,
Now,
I
you-
have a friend who's a self-proclaimed witch, and she says, "No worries, Biden will win."
And I'm going to go with the witch every time over those
Me
two
too.
crazy, over those two crazy prophets. And you know, I usually what I don't drink my own Kool-Aid. I put things out that I think are interesting, sometimes are important. But that one I put out, it was the single worst interview I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some bad ones. And basically, God talks to them every night, and they walked him through on the interview why Trump is going to win. So, if I have to pick between those two nutcases, and you're witch every damn time.
Have you ever noticed when those people speak, God always tells them exactly what they believe? It's very
Yes.
interesting correlation.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
don't tell them that, but you're absolutely,
I know.
absolutely right, Ryan. Well, look, Ronnie, there's nothing we're going to say tonight, and there shouldn't be anything we're going to say tonight that is really going to put you at ease. You know Judy very well, my wife, right? And she
I
doesn't
do.
get rattled, right? She makes a decision about something. It's either right or it's wrong. And she's going to come on tonight. She's never been on this program before because what she saw in DC actually made her cry today. And that girl doesn't, pardon me, that sounds so sad. That woman does not cry easily. So, and then I have
Great.
a friend we have very much like you, Ronnie. She's an art curator in the gallery right under us. Her name is Stina. Sometimes she listens to us, sometimes she doesn't. And I've been talking to her for the past 3 days, and she is just beside herself
Right.
because she just said, I can't raise my daughter in this America. Her daughter just turned 12. And she's right. And I don't think she's going to have to raise her daughter in Trump's America because we have to remember Trump's America is not the America we learned in the civics books, because no America is like that. But it's not Andy Jackson's America. It's not Richard Nixon's America. And they were pretty bad. This is something beyond the pale. I don't even know what that means, but I've heard it said that way. So I'm going to throw that out tonight. I think it's PALE. It's something, but not PAIL. But speaking of PAIL, he's just a pail full of con manure.
Correct.
And people dumped it on themselves, and they run around. A lot of people are very upset. I lost family. I lost friends. Ryan, I give you a lot of credit. I mean, you can explain that later if you want. But what I'm
Sure.
saying is, were they ever? I mean, family. Yes, they were your family. Don't get me wrong. But I have not lost, and if anybody's listening tonight, I've not lost one friend, and I know I have 51 of them on Facebook that I booted off. I have not lost one friend that means that much to me to cry over or be sad over. Or, I mean, they've exposed themselves for who they are, and that's great. You know, that they want to be that. That's fine. But again, Ronnie, it gets that fear. They're out there, right? It's not like Trump's going to get 12 votes. So,
Right.
I mean, there's nothing we're say. So we're not going to say that much, but express what I like. What you're doing tonight, Ronnie, is this, and it's not about me judging you guys, but what I like is you're that voice that I've heard consistently. Emily Waldirk, who watches this show, a lot of people that I haven't met before, or I met through this show, or on my Facebook page, and they're mostly women because men are false macho, whatever, and they're just genuinely terrified.
Thank you for the George Orwell quote, by the way.
Of what could happen, right? But we have to remember that's a could. And if it does, I mean, I'm not brave, I'm not macho. We'll deal with it, but I don't think we're gonna have to deal with it. George, I said before, Joe Biden's gonna be our next president.
Thank you, Joey.
Joey can't keep me out of the wall for some reason.
By the way, I'm changing my name to Poppy. I just decided.
That's a cool name.
I love it.
Yeah.
We got another projection. Here we go. Oh, that's nothing. Arkansas, Trump. We know that.
Yeah, we know that one.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan.
But he got
Yep.
70% of the vote. Jesus Christ, what's wrong there?
The way Brian's doing this tonight, we're gonna learn who won the Eagles Dallas game last Monday night soon. He'll be telling us that fact too. Tell us something that surprises us, Brian.
Well, I'm surprised at Florida. I thought that it would be kind of the opposite, that Biden would be up by 1.5% at this point in time, and then Trump would have
Don't
to
be
chase.
surprised at that. Don't be surprised at that.
Right now, Georgia, Trump 56% to 43, and too early to call. So we'll see. I guess.
Again,
Well, again, we don't know what happens until Atlanta comes in and all that.
you got Atlanta, you got Athens, you've got some, Atlanta's going to swallow that state eventually. And I'm going to go out on a limb tonight since we're all out there. In my lifetime, if I live a normal life expectancy, 80 something, Alabama will go Democrat.
That would be interesting.
Not tonight.
I don't
though.
know.
No, well, Doug Jones is right now.
No,
holding his own,
that was a fluke. But I'll tell you why. Same thing.
That was a fluke. I agree.
Yeah, Birmingham, Mobile, Tuscaloosa, young people returning to Atlanta. To Alabama. It's going to be not tomorrow, not in the next election, but at some point. Now, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Kentucky, Indiana. Not for the Dakotas, Montana, Idaho, no. But I would see Alabama going Democrat sooner than I would see South Carolina. But that's that's what I say.
All right, Georgia again. That's a good sign. At least they're saying it's too close to call. And right now, it looks like all the conservative votes are coming in.
What percentage is Georgia reporting?
They didn't. I think. You know what? They
Let me
didn't
see.
say that. Can you find out?
See, I'm looking at Google's thing right now, but I'm pretty sure Google's is very off. That's why I was
Right.
wondering. Google's has 29% reporting in Georgia, which is not much.
Yeah.
Brian, I have a statistic here that you might be interested in the way you've been calling it tonight. In 1964, Lyndon Johnson defeated Barry Goldwater.
Yeah, Texas, again, according to Google, has Biden. They had them actually almost dead even, but then Biden's pulled ahead by 2.3%. I'm surprised Texas is that close at over 50% reporting. That's what's surprising me. It's like,
But Dave, you still
Interesting.
think Texas is going to go Republican though? Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh,
Again, if you're going to ask me, let me answer it two ways, not to couch it. If you said you must say with certainty, yeah, the smart bet would be Texas. If you're going to tell me one of two states, one being Texas and one Florida, is going to go with Joe Biden, I would say Texas. And Ronnie, you said something. Beto, Beto has worked very hard in there. But again, that's oil money. And Austin, Texas is not oil money. Austin, Texas is new technology. I know some of my former students opted for that because why wouldn't you rather than go to Silicon Valley, why wouldn't you go to a place that had great barbecue and Willie Nelson? I mean, why wouldn't you go to Austin, Texas? And Austin used to be the sleepy cow town. It's not anymore. But Florida still has a whole bunch of old people. And they have, if you've ever been up in the Panhandle area, where it comes into, not the Panhandle, but up top, where it comes into Georgia, man, the Georgians think they're hillbillies, those Floridians from there. So that's always going to be a problem. Yeah,
look,
Texas good.
if the pandemic didn't happen, Trump would have won this election, hands down. If we're talking about the pandemic giving Biden the advantage, you have to understand these people who are voting for Trump don't care about the pandemic anyway. So this is why I'm nervous tonight, because they are not going to vote based on his performance about the pandemic. They're not going to vote on that. So I still don't understand where you're getting this fire answer that he's going to be You're not going to be the president anymore.
By the way, it was Florida here, 1.4% with 9% left to go. But again, it's Miami-Dade County. This is where they say he's had the problem, because Obama was there, I guess, last night, and he's only up by like 6 or 7%. And that's where they said he needed to kill it, and he's not killing it there.
Who
Because
needs to
Miami-
kill it?
Miami.
Biden.
is
Who
not-
is it?
Biden.
Biden is not
in
killing it.
Miami-Dade County.
That's this
He's
problem.
not killing it because it's Cuban.
Yeah, I guess that's
Yeah. I do have a
Absolutely.
couple of Cuban friends, and one of them actually wants to vote Biden and did vote for Biden. But like he posts that stuff on there, and he gets a whole lot of people saying,
yeah.
Right.
"Boo!" You know, I see
Get
that
it.
every day. Yeah.
Well,
That is not going to
goes back.
happen.
That goes back to Castro. You know, the idea that Fidel Castro somehow was affiliated with American Democrats, and so yeah. So I thought possibly by now that there'd be movement in the Cuban communities, but there isn't in Florida. They are pretty much they're into a third, I guess, almost yet. Well, yeah, almost a third generation.
Texas,
Here now,
he's still up, and that's good news. Even though we know it might happen, still a long way to go. But he's
That'd
still
be
up in
amazing.
Texas, and you know, you get a feel from the Divided We Stand group, because we had a lot of people from Texas join. We have, 1,100 members, and I would say we probably have at least 200 or 300 from Texas, and they
wow.
seem to be convinced that they can give them a run. There's a couple that just absolutely think they're going to win. Now, again, it doesn't look that way, because my feeling is there probably would be enough votes, but it's just something. Again, I don't like these Republican governors. You don't know what they're going to do, and Abbott is one of those. So
On Google, I don't know why it has Joe Biden currently winning Virginia with 39%, with Donald Trump at 58.3%. So I don't know why they have Joe Biden winning. It has a check mark and everything, but it's like the percentage doesn't
Well,
make sense.
as someone who lives in Virginia, we do math a little bit differently.
Apparently.
my guess would be, and it's look, again, having worked a lot of election nights, you make a lot of mistakes. You're working on
Yeah, it's got to be.
So
gotta
my
be in
guess
there.
is they reverse the names. You know what I mean? And you see that from time to time. So if that's
So you
the
think
case,
Virginia's going for Joe Biden?
Oh, Virginia's going to go so much Joe Biden. It's a blue state. I
Okay.
mean, it really is now. Now, 10 years ago, not so much. Now,
Mhm.
Republicans even acknowledge that, and they're trying to figure out some way to stop it, from spreading the Democrats' disease to North Carolina. But it's down there. We'll see tonight. We'll see.
They're currently winning, or Joe's currently winning North Carolina.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me announce something in case you want to hear that. Brian's going to be gone for a few minutes. He's going to the bathroom. Now, my question,
that son of a bitch, Jesus Christ.
my question when he comes back, I don't want to be silent, but I'm asking him, did you do a number one or did you do a number two? And
No,
Ronnie-
did you do a
Oh,
number
Joey's
one, or did
gonna
you
love
take
that.
a Trump?
Yeah, there you go.
Did you do a number one, or did you take a Trump?
Good one, Ryan.
Yeah.
What are the chances that Trump would rhyme with chump, with dump,
Dump.
with Trump?
Yeah.
And my favorite of all, and I did not know this word existed. Of course, I don't know all the vocabulary words, but there actually is a word trumpery that comes out of I think the 18th century that basically describes Donald Trump. I mean, what are the chances of that? Ronnie, I like something you said earlier. I think that we just not need to discuss, but we need to point out the pandemic.
Oh, I see. There are two definitions for it: showy but worthless, and
Yeah.
attractive articles. Yeah, the other one's attractive articles of little value or use.
And
I agree.
That predates what century did it come in? Does it say there?
Oh,
that you're
let me
looking
look.
at?
Let me go look again. I don't know.
I thought it was 18th century, 17th, 18th. So it's not a modern word. I mean, it wasn't coined, yesterday. I know that.
Anyway, you were saying the pandemic.
Oh, the pandemic, Ronnie. I think you were, Brian. A lot of our fans, which you have none, but Ronnie's fans and Ryan's fans want to know: did you? What sort of waste, I guess, did you expel from your body in the bathroom?
Well, we were wondering, did you take a number one or a Trump?
Let's just put it this way, Dave.
Yes.
I can no longer piss on your teeth, okay?
You know
That's
what's
pretty
sad? You know what? No, you know what's sad about that is, I could talk to 100,000 people tonight, and not one of them would put pissing and teeth together. And you just did that.
I just did that.
Who
okay.
the hell said?
And we got Paul in the green room here. Paul, just hold on for a second. I got to get George
And-
Lennon in the green room.
Dave,
Ron,
just,
you're going to be leaving us for an
so you know.
hour, okay, right?
Who's gonna?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Ryan,
Ron's
I'm
going to take over.
leave. I can't
Ron, I
No, I'm
appreciate
leaving.
it.
Jesus Christ!
See ya.
Every 10 minutes you're going to the bathroom.
And Joey's gonna love the bathroom humor. Good
Yeah,
night.
see, and that's the problem with Dave. He's now let Joey Fulcher get involved in his trickery. Okay. So,
Ronnie, one thing before you go, will you be back on or not? Is this it?
I don't
We
think
need
so.
you-
Yeah.
No, this is it. Well,
Yeah.
Ronnie, I hope for your sake, because of the good person you are, and all the good people, of all the good people that you represent, there is not justice in the world. There's not equality in the world.
this guy just won't go on.
But sometimes things work out, and I think you're going to get the president you want, and you deserve it, and so do all the other people
we hope.
who have cried at night with empathy as we watch the least empathetic character in modern American history. I can't say in all American history.
Okay.
Take over America.
Okay.
I'll go with that.
I got to go to the bathroom. Okay.
Okay. Well, I know one thing. Time's a ticking. I know he's going to be going to the bathroom soon. Okay, Ron.
Ryan, bye, Ryan.
Okay.
Goodbye, Ronnie. It's nice meeting you.
Same here.
Ryan is coming back on, right?
No, he's staying. Goodbye.
Ryan's here.
I'm staying. I'm
Ryan's
fine.
with us all night.
Thank-
We're good.
Oh, thank God. Good Lord.
Okay.
You and me.
Now I'm going to
yeah.
bring in Paul.
Ryan,
hold
do you
on.
know Paul at all?
I know
Yeah,
Paul.
I actually bought a chess book from Paul.
Well, Paul's right below you right now. Paul,
Paul,
do you
I'm
have your
Paul.
name
You
in
hear me?
there? Paul. Okay, Paul put Paul. Okay, that's
How you guys doing?
good, Paul.
Okay.
Doing all right?
I don't have control of my camera, so you've got the wide pan here. But let me see. I'll raise this a little bit. Hey, Ryan, nice to see you. Of
Yeah,
course,
you
I
too.
know the other two very, very well. Ryan is a chess buddy.
Mhm.
Paul, I hate to interrupt you, but you just said a word that we weren't going to say tonight. You haven't been on there.
What's that?
You and Ryan are really, involved in chess. But we're going to ask you not to say it tonight because when you say the word chess, Brian hears chest, a woman's bosom, and he gets all beside himself.
You know, this
And
is
we-
turning to pornography with this guy. I mean, he's
It's
got
not
like
pornog.
sex
It's
on the
not-
head. Can somebody buy him a hooker and let him come back in an hour?
I'm not the one that has Joey Heatherton on a certain match.
Hey, leave Joey Heatherton alone. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
Paul,
hey,
it's great to see
what
it's
was the
great to
price
see
of
you.
my admission? Ronnie's departure? I mean, that's
No,
not
no.
cool.
Ron told me that she's only been for now. We get back. We got George Lennon is going to be coming on very soon. I just sent him the link, so we're going to have people coming in and out tonight.
Okay.
But you're in,
All right.
so don't worry.
Yeah.
Well, it's
And
nice.
Brian-
to
Ron
see
already
you all.
told me that she wouldn't be able to make it. The whole night
Right.
like that. She she does it smart. She wants to do it an hour, and that's that.
So okay, so fill me in. Well, what you guys been discussing?
Well,
Mostly
basically-
poll results.
Poll results. We've been talking about early. We're kind of worried what's happening in Florida because it looks like Trump's got that. Dave's basically saying, look, we're in the end, Biden's going to win. He'll come through. Dave did suggest that it looks like it's more likely that Biden could take Texas than he could take Florida. There are some states. It looks like Ohio's still in play, and I didn't think that was going to be, but it looks like right now they're still saying it's too close to call. It's like here in Ohio, like they're going over these, like Washington County, it's 62% Trump, and then in other counties it's 60% Biden. So it's kind of like the Toledo area versus like the farm area. So it's back and forth, and I still can't see Biden taking Ohio, but like Hamilton County, he's killing it in Ohio, just absolutely
Yeah.
killing it.
Yeah, the unofficial yard sign poll points to anybody could win this.
Really?
But again, that's the unofficial poll. I was driving on the road and somebody had a large Trump pen sign, and then somebody had spray painted it and wrote racist over it. So we've got the battle of the yard signs, and in my neighborhood, there's one person who has a very large, very vocal about their Trump support, and his neighbor across the way is vocal about Biden, and so they're trying to outdo each other with size of sign. And for me, I don't even have a sign up. I don't know if you guys do that, but
I do not have a sign up.
I had a sign that has a Trump hairdo and it says "Nope," and I protected that thing all week because I don't want any of my neighbors to take that, or I was going to go off.
Yeah, isn't that a shame though? I mean,
it is terrible.
You know, as you guys may know, I was undecided for a very brief moment, I would say, during this election. My opinion is that I think Trump was narrowing the gap a couple months ago, which is surprising given his presidency has been marked, I think, by real ineptitude and a great damage to the country. And but the last 2 months, boy, he brought ineptitude to new peaks. I mean, the way he mishandled COVID, just appealed to his racist base. It was just terrible. I mean, it's if anyone had any doubts, I think the last 2 months, particularly last month, really would really erase them regarding Trump's ineptitude and lack of qualification, really, to be our president. The vision, Trump's vision of America, is a very deeply troubling one, a very racist one, and one simply has to go out, no matter, and vote for Biden just to stop him. And hopefully we will see light again in this country, because it's been a very dark 4 years, in my opinion.
And Paul, we're not here to praise each other or whatever, but I give you a lot of credit, and I'll tell you why. I think you are a person who is a deep thinker. We've known each other just through Brian and the Reality Report, and now this. But we've talked, chatted, and stuff. And I'm not surprised that you arrived where you did, and I'll tell you why. Simply because you did take the reasonable, logical, intellectual approach, and yet you are really very progressive, like your friend, our friend Antonio. And I could understand very well if you had voted third party. And remember, Brian and I have a little difference on that. We don't go into that tonight. But the idea of it is, I think you're going to be surprised, and Ryan and Brian, that's cool. Your thoughts on this? I think there are a lot of Paul McGinleys out there, maybe more than we know, who didn't really respond to Bernie's call, although there are people who follow Bernie and will do that. And Bernie's been very clear with his message this time. I'm not going to be your president. If you like what I did, go with Joe Biden, who kind of arrived on at this conclusion, which to me is the only logical one, if you're not a Trump-Publican. You guys have any thoughts on that? Paul's definitely not alone, I don't think.
I don't think that Paul's alone. I think most people don't talk about politics and kind of keep to themselves. And I think there's a whole lot of those people who just pay attention and think about it. And I mean, the unfortunate thing about Trump is you don't have to think too deeply to realize that guy's he's not kind. He's not a good person. He's dirty. A scam artist. He's dirty. Yeah, exactly. I think, for me, a lot of people will throw the phrase in my face, "Oh, you just don't like that I have a separate opinion than you, and that's why you don't want to talk to me." I had this troll talk to me the other day about it, and I said, "No, I'm just tired of talking to people like you who don't listen to what I'm saying and act like that you have some amazing opinion that you thought out when you haven't. I could send you 15 links supporting my point, but you will just send me 35 links showing me conspiracy theory websites on why I'm wrong." I I think this election, there's a whole lot of people who are very quiet. They're not necessarily interested in getting into the back and forth with people, but they're paying attention, and I'm hoping that they're going to go for Biden. I hope they do.
Well, I think his vision of America is very dark and
Trump's,
and
yeah.
divisive, extremely divisive in a bad way, because he incites violence. I mean, his son, the fellow with the beard, that's Don Jr., right? I mean, he was
Right.
He's
he
the one
was
that
on
covers
Twitter
up. He's Jim.
exhorting these supremacist pro-gun types to actually disrupt rallies. I mean, oh my word! I mean, this is the son of the president. I mean, his family's toxic. They're dangerous. They're downright dangerous. It's time to get these criminals out. All of them, the entire family. Clean the whole nest of cockroaches out. I mean, it has to be done.
Absolutely.
I agree. What's Texas doing?
Well, they're talking about Pennsylvania right now. And by the way, I think there are 14 other states that just came in after 9 o'clock. So, South Carolina, well, that was before, but South Dakota, that doesn't matter. But they're focusing here on Pennsylvania right now. They're saying that in Philadelphia County, that Biden has 95% of the vote, where Clinton had 84 in 16.
Oh, wow.
So that's good. So that means
That's
Philly's
very,
coming through.
very good.
And that's what Trump's worried about. He thinks that well, essentially Philly could take the election. I mean, the entire election could be based on Philadelphia.
Sure.
I know. I mean, it sounds, because I'm from the Philly area, and so is Dave. And essentially, so
Right.
is Paul, because Paul was originally from. But this is an area where it's strongly Democratic, and if there's enough votes to push through, it can take the state, and that's the whole point.
Since I'm not paying a bit of attention to the election, I'm just here for humor. Brian, something you need to keep. I mean, you're doing a very good job, by the way, of keeping us up. And Ryan, with your Google, even though they're reversing the numbers, it's not you. You know what? I would be interested in the Philly area, and I think that would be a very interesting indication. Anything in Bucks County yet? For those of you who don't know Pennsylvania, Philadelphia is like Washington, D.C. I mean, it's just heavily Democratic. And Bucks County was a Reagan Republican kind of place, right? And I understand that Trump isn't doing so well there before this vote. And
Bucks County is rather rural, isn't it? I seem to recall.
well, it's rural, but it's very wealthy. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting.
Right.
People build their mansions there. Because it's close enough to drive to Philly. Much like I'm trying to think there's communities here in Virginia like that, right? But that would be really interesting to me, because if Bucks County, even more than Chester County, Bucks County went, and then you add Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and Harrisburg together, that's going to be tough for those gun-bearing, plaid shirt wearing coonskin hat cap guys in the middle of Pennsylvania to overcome.
Vegematic makes a good point. Now, Veg is from I believe from Canada, but he makes a good point. He says, "No blue wave, my stomach is in knots." At least I think we can say tonight, Dave, there is no blue wave. And if Carville thinks that there's no,
I've
blue
never
wave.
seen a blue wave in my life. Never. They always talk about it. I've never seen it.
It won't happen. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, let's look. I mean, I'm going to be serious for a moment. All you need is 270 electoral college votes. Now,
270 or 279?
270, I think. 270,
Okay.
I think.
270.
And I always ask, right? Because I make up numbers sometimes, but I didn't make that one up. So, who has the easier path to 270? Okay, and you look at it that way. Now, the other thing, it doesn't bother me. I understand this, but a lot of people fixate on the national numbers. We do not have a national presidential election.
Osama.
We have 50 states deciding whom they want, and a couple voting territories, right? Deciding who they want to be president of the United States. So you could have everybody in Kentucky, Ryan, your state, right? You could have everybody in Ohio, everyone in your state, Paul, and California could wipe you out, right? I mean, just numbers wise. If it's split, it wouldn't have. So you have to look, and unfortunately or fortunately, however you view it, there's 10 states right now in this particular election, and we've kind of run them down, that have some bearing on the election. Virginia, New Jersey, New York and California. Massachusetts, no. Dakotas, Montana, Idaho, no. So the ones we mentioned: Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and a couple states, Arizona, just a couple states. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting. If you live somewhere else, you vote. I mean, you should not vote because, of course, people in a presidential year, they forget that the most important person you vote for is your city or township or borough committee, because they have a lot of effect on you too, and it works its way up. The other thing we have to look at, not tonight, but tomorrow, is what they kind of call coattails. But it'll be interesting. Like, does some place go for Biden, but he doesn't pull others up? Is it reversed? Does Trump win, but not that? And the Republicans, I think, were very concerned with Trump as their candidate because they didn't see him pulling anyone, because they realize Trump is all about himself. He's all about himself, and they hitched their wagon to him. That's a cliche.
And his
but
family, Dave. I mean, he's given
what?
Family values a bad name.
Well, what he's done, Paul, and you're absolutely right. Look at now. I'm the eldest in the room by a number of years.
All right, here comes George.
Okay. We get 5 in.
We got 5 in. George, Sergeant
Hey,
George Lennon. George, let me put you in here. It's your text and your name. Great to see. So thank you so much for coming on. I'm going to introduce you to everybody, George. You do know David. I know that. So I'm trying to get your last name in here. Let me just see.
George, can you hear me?
Hold on.
His mic's
don't.
not on.
Yeah, I can't hear George.
No, I can't hear George.
I can't hear
George, you have your mic on? Let me text him.
Yeah.
Because
Ryan, I don't know if you'd agree with this, and Paul, but I was going to tell George is a really good guy. I know, and I was going to tell him just get out now because Brian will probably corrupt and use him. Because that's the way Brian is. Brian, if you look at the 5 of us, seriously, the closest person we have here is Brian.
Hold on. I don't know. Hold on. I've got the volume levels for George. His mic should be on. George, can you hear?
I can hear you.
Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
we can hear
You're
you
in.
now.
You're in. All right. Okay, George. First of all, good evening. It's great to see you because George and I think exactly alike on just about everything except between the Giants and the Eagles. Other than that, we are, I am the spitting image of George. Okay, so
He's
George
better
already,
looking than you.
yes, he is, and that's true. But George is a great friend, and he's a great human being. And you won't mind, George, if I just take a second and say, not as only is he a great teacher and he loves kids, but George, he puts in the time for kids in the community. He gives up the one thing that is of the greatest value, and that's his own time, all of the time. And he cares about people, and it's just great to have him on. So, George, welcome. Above you and to my, I guess, if you're looking at the screen to the right, that's Ryan Velez. And David, and next to you is Paul McGinley from Toledo, Ohio. He used to live in Willingboro, New Jersey, so that's kind of home. So it's great to see you, George. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just trying not to watch the TV.
Well, yeah, me too.
I mean, you've been, I guess, watching before you came on. Are you feeling more nervous than yesterday, or no?
Absolutely nervous. Optimistic though. Optimistic. I'm extremely optimistic. Being a veteran, I look at things different, I guess, than like civilians. I look at the better side of America. I think we're going to come out on a positive side of this. At least I'm wishing that we come out on the positive side.
No, I think you're right.
Because these last 4 years have given us a view of America that I don't like.
Agreed.
It's scary because, your next door neighbor might hate you, and you don't know they hate you
Right.
because
You
every
don't
day they
know.
wave at you when you cutting the grass, or they give you a thumbs up when you're in uniform. 'Cause I wear my uniform all the time, and then you go someplace like Delsey, and you see them standing outside mocking George Floyd getting killed. And I take my basketball team there to play every year. And do you want to play against them kids? It's I don't know. But the good thing about it is a lot of people have exposed themselves.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Yep.
And
My
they
social
cannot
network, my social network is ruined. I mean, it's like the people that I thought one way, I was wrong. Like now I know, and I cut them out of my life, like all of them. It's just like it's
Any big
crazy.
surprises on that score? Anybody? I mean, your social network, you found that people
No.
you
I
didn't
do- I
realize
do-
were really staunch Trump
No.
supporters.
Yeah,
Any
I take
surprises?
that. I take
For me,
I
yeah.
take that back. I have one. It was a reporter I worked with. We were close, and that stunned me. Other than that, not really. I mean, some and George, you can see them. Brian, you can see them as students coming through. A lot of white males that I taught were angry. They kind of fall in that Trump
Yeah.
mode. A lot of women, which I think is very interesting. A lot of the female students I taught, I'm not real sure they're not being influenced by their husbands, in that sense. I mean, they have a right to stand up. Some people I know have money, yeah, they went that way. George, I do have a question for you along those lines. Race, we have to talk about race. And there's no question that race is one of the central issues in America. And you're absolutely right. Donald Trump has no compunction with using race. We'll never know. I believe he's a racist, but we'll never know because he'll use anything for his own gain. We just
He's an
know
optimist. He's an opportunist.
Opportunist, you're right. But does it surprise you being kind of an interesting black man, if you will, in America, the military side of you, and then the black, and as you say, if you take off your uniform, people look at you as one way if you have it on. But did it surprise you nationwide the amount of racial hatred that there is, or was that something that you knew? Or I guess what are your feelings on that?
Well, for coming from a black man point of view,
Right.
I'm not surprised
Okay.
because systemic racism is something that we see. Like, you really can't. It's hard to explain to somebody that never had to go through it. But just walk into a store, and I feel like I have to be. I was stationed in Texas before, and when I go into a store like a Nordstrom's, somewhere where I'm not expected to be. Did that make sense?
Yes. Very much so.
And I get followed. And I remember, I can't say the name of the store, but I used to be theft protection at a store. It was my job to make sure people didn't steal. And I was watching a white guy shoplift, and a lady reported me to the manager because she thought I was being suspicious in the store. And I was just doing my job.
I think one of the greatest things teaching at Bridgeton was the racial diversity there in terms of in terms of really three groups of people, obviously, Latino, Black, and white. And it was a good mix, but it is hard if you're a white person for some, but I think you have to be blind not to see it. I mean, I describe myself for 68 years. I've been given the benefit of being white time and time and time again. So to me, for white people, it's pretty simple. You either are blind, right? I mean, literally, or that, or you like it and you're going to use it, so you have to deny it, or you believe somehow that you got everything. Remember when earlier tonight, Ryan, when Ronnie was talking about her friend who said, I worked my way up and I got mine. And that's a very white feeling. Well, we all have stories. I just want to share one because George is here, not because George is here, but we're talking about. He knows the people I'm going to mention. Two of them are my quote unquote two of my 7 sons, Warren DeShields, who's still at the school system, and Oscar Williams. And Oscar was a basketball coach.
Still there at the system, within the
Yeah,
system.
still there, but not the basketball. And Warren used to be the international playboy, and his new wife Jen has calmed him down, which is wonderful. And I was talking to both of them. Now, I remember once in a 10th grade general class, we get finished a little bit early, and I was bitching. And they said, "What's wrong with you, Mr. Price?" Because that's the way they could address me. I said, "You know what?" I said, "I'm just tired. I'm doing this thing." And basically, it wasn't a racial thing, but it was kind of, they said, "Sit down. We're going to school you." And I said, "Okay, cool." And this is what they said. And I'll always remember this. And I'm very grateful. Karen Raymond was in that class. Bill Gould. It was one of the great classes that I ever had, just in terms of personalities. And they said, "Mr. Price, we really like you. We think you're concerned about us. We think you care about us, but you're not us. You're not black." And I just said, "Okay, yeah, okay." So they said, "Do you know what the click is?" And I thought, well, that was before the wrestling, pro wrestling click. And I mean, what the click was, that is also click is what the character Brick in Tennessee Williams feels when he drinks. And I said, "What's your thing?" And they said, "No, have you ever heard a door click? Like a lock coming down on a door?" And I said, "No." He says, "Well, if we're sitting in a car and white people walk by, we hear that click." So that's the one side of it. And then at that point, Tom Lane was superintendent, who was, in my estimation, one of the great educators in South Jersey history. And James Duncans, who had very nice Jerry curls once upon a time. Duncans and I closed for a long time together. And what they said, which was very meaningful, they said, "We can admire you, we can aspire to be you, but we can never be you because you are white." And that's why it's so important that we have role models. And George, the only fault that I see in you is you seem to like Brian. I have no idea why that is. But other than that, you are also one of those role models, as was Wayne Hendricks, as was Leonard. I mean, the list could go on and on. But what they said was, we need those people to look up to. And I've always said, I wish everyone could have had 2 experiences that I had. One is teaching that high school, and the other is to live down here where I live now. No, I'm not saying racism and hatred doesn't exist in Crystal City, but damn, it's really hidden if it does, because there's so many people from so many countries here, and relatively, I think that does have a little bit to do with intelligence. In terms of white people, the more intelligent you are, the more you understand you're not God's gift to the world.
Yeah.
I mean, and this white privilege shit has got to go. It's got to go.
Well, how is it going to go when you've got these bastards that keep winning these elections? Even Susan Collins, and she's one of the better of the worst.
Don't tell
She's
me
winning.
Susan Collins.
She's winning right now.
Hey, Brian, on that score, is there any way we can keep up with like the important Senate and congressional?
I can, but they're doing it so quickly. Like they just said, Chris Coons won, is projected to win in Delaware. That's not a big one. Cornyn they expect to win
In Texas?
Everybody seems to be winning. Yeah, in Texas, who is expected to win. And I see McConnell, and it's just I say, this is.
Yeah, but don't tell me, Brian. Honestly, don't tell me.
You better be right tonight, Dave, because this is going to be.
I'm going to be right.
George knows that. Well, I don't have to go into school tomorrow. I'm working from home, but this is not going to. George knows me, and I wear this thing on my sleeve.
Oh, Jesus God.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Are you going to tell me Brian Weinstein, a man of your intellect, actually thought there was a chance that Amy McLeod was going to beat
Amy McGrath? Yeah,
Amy McGrath.
And you know what? I go in.
You used to give up this show. You don't know anything then.
Right. Colorado is going for. That's true. George is right. Colorado. First of all, Hickenlooper is going to win that one. He's projected to win, and Colorado is going to go to Biden. That's good.
He's Brian. For us who are less informed, such as me, were there any? What was the projection as far as blue to red or red to blue on these races? Is there any
Right now, they say it's
what was
the
the projection
Democrats
out of this?
have picked up one net gain, and that's because of Colorado. So right now, they've got one. They got to get two more, I believe, and then they'll be okay.
You know what?
But
You know what?
North Carolina is close.
But Susan Collins is way up right now, but it's only 5% in. But they said too close to call.
Will you quit giving results that are under 50%?
All right. Okay.
Jesus.
Look,
Brian, what
I'm
about the
very
Senate?
nervous
George
tonight.
Bennett?
I'm very
George
pissed
Bennett.
off.
And you know what's sad? He's a goddamn banker for the Bridgeton Schools.
Well, no, that's a good. George knows it. George, it's good to be a nervous banker because you lose the money. Yes. No, this
Can I
is
say one thing?
Hey.
sure. Let him talk, Dave. I'm going to mute you in a second.
Well, one of the things that we have to fear is we got complacent. We got to the point we felt as though, from an African American point, we thought, oh, we made it. We got, Barack Obama as president. It's kumbaya. But at the same time, the powers that were in place were having a meeting behind closed doors to make sure that he was going to be a one-term president. Can you imagine if the Republicans would have just said, we're for the country, we're not for party? It wasn't even party. Mitch McConnell and them, they didn't even say this is for the greater good of the party. They were anti Barack Obama. The country went into a tailspin, and that created Fox News becoming such a pivotal point, InfoWars being a pivotal point. All these most divisive people were given platforms on radio and TV, and the more divisive you were, the more the ratings went up. And the more the ratings went up, what we didn't do is we didn't look at those sponsors for Fox News, and we didn't boycott them. We didn't hit them in the color that matters. The most of them was the green. We just
Well, George,
laughed.
I will not touch Chick-fil-A. I mean, you guys familiar with it?
I haven't.
know if
Yeah, I
you've heard
don't.
of it.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys familiar with Chick-fil-A, who are known for what is it, anti-LGBTQ issues.
they
What else,
send-
Brian? But they've got a known pro-Republican stance. I refuse to patronize. That's a downright boycott, personally. I mean, any other businesses you guys can think of?
Well, we started off. You'd have to look at places like it's either Lowe's or Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Depot.
Right.
Home Depot, right?
At the beginning, I'm gonna be honest. I was like one of those people. I'm not eating at Chick-fil-A. I'm not using Home Depot. I'm not going to. Then I would have to take out Walmart because they also support the Republican Party.
Big time.
So
Yeah, and
it's so
right.
it's so ingrained. Like if you think about when the civil rights movement started, it started with a boycott. They boycotted the
Absolutely true.
It started
An
with
effective one. An effective
Yeah.
one. I mean, they shut
Over
down
a
the bus
year.
system, basically.
over a
of
year.
Montgomery. Yeah.
The
Mhm.
bus company went to the people in this city and said, "We're about to shut down," because
Exactly.
the majority of the people from the majority of their patrons were Black people who didn't.
And people
have
walk to
cars.
work. And
Yep.
they did it a long
And they
time. This did not
walk
happen
to work.
overnight.
I watched a show on TV the other day called Lovecraft Country.
On HBO.
And-
yeah.
Man, if you get a chance to watch that show, that and the Good Lord Bird, right? So in Lovecraft Country, the heroes of the movie, they provide transportation for Blacks, but they only travel in safe routes. And they have a map, and it tells them where they can go, where they can't go, and then they're being also told where they can't go after dark. So during the 1950s, Blacks weren't getting the opportunity to buy cars, and then when they were given the opportunity to buy cars, they had to have a function for it. You just didn't get a car unless you had a function. And then the people who did have the cars, and this goes back to when I was a child in the 70s. My mom had a car. She was the neighborhood car. If somebody needed to go to the doctor, can you, Miss Mary, can you give me a ride to the doctor? She said, what day you need to go, baby, and I'll make sure you get a ride. Because we were limited on our opportunities. So when we catch the bus, that was our only way of getting places. And they felt as though they could just do whatever they want, say whatever they want, sit in the back. But then we said, we're not gonna ride the bus no more. And after a year of not riding the bus company, it was only like 10-cent ride. The bus company's like, we're folding unless you allow them to ride the bus wherever they want to ride the bus at. And the dollar, the financial strain on the bus company, which was one of the biggest employers in the city, changed the whole city's concept. Come on, you can ride the bus. We sorry. So boycott, but it was a sacrifice. Can you imagine having to walk 10 miles to work to go clean houses? And literally most of the people who rode the buses were women. Women, because women didn't have a driver's license, and women had jobs that required them to work in homes of white people. So then when white people were saying, why you're not coming to work? You can't ride the bus. Why you're not riding the bus? Because we're not allowed to ride the bus. You are. No, we're not riding the bus, so I can't come work for you. And a lot of white people would go to the black people and give them a ride to their homes to clean it and then take them back because the bus system. So then they were getting, taught by their neighbors, why you have a black person in your car. So it was the boycott in so many structural ways from how people felt about themselves. It exposed everything. So if we, black and white, Latino, Hispanic, whatever, if we all work to say we're not going to stand for the ugliness, because the thing that I'm realizing when you look at the electoral college and the popular vote, is more of us people who have love in our hearts versus those who have hate in their hearts.
Right.
And I told Brian before, I was stationed in Germany, and in Germany, the swastika is illegal. Hate groups are destroyed. They're attacked. The police, the government will not let that type of rhetoric happen again. But here,
they're not putting up stupid statues celebrating racist, war demagogues or whatever. It's just nuts. So I don't know why we do it here. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
We did it. Great point, George. I mean, the power of the boycott. We've forgotten that. I mean, one of the military tactics we use as a nation or have used throughout military history has been the blockade, right? Which in essence is a boycott. It's preventing the intercourse of trade. And we've forgotten how effective that is. But that you are absolutely right. That's really was very effective in the early days of the civil rights movement. I think we need to look at this again.
But that also the boycott allowed people to be demonized too. That's when they started calling people like Dr. King communists because they were affecting people's finances. And one of the things the Communist Party wanted to do, they wanted to destroy businesses and break them down. That whole concept of Castro was like, there's no independent businesses. So they were able to tag the boycotters as people trying to destroy the bus company. So they, it was just so crazy that you could call anybody a communist. And if you remember, Donald Trump likes to call people certain names, and certain names harken back to people's fears and their nightmares. To call somebody right now the socialist associated with Russia, the socialist government. They're going to turn this government into a socialist. That you can't keep hitting. Only bullies call people by outside their names. And what we didn't do for the last 4 years as a country is to hold him accountable. The press, and when I say the press, I don't mean TV. I don't mean that medium. I'm talking about paper. People who write. There's some amazing writers out there, and when they put pen to paper and they explain to people how it's supposed to be, some of those people who are not educated, they're getting the information not only from Fox, they're getting it from Facebook, they're getting it from friends. There's an adult man that was upset the other day that he couldn't go vote in person. And I worked with him, and he was like, "Oh, it sucked. It's messed up. I gotta mail my ballot." And I was like, "Dude, you could just go vote in person." No. They shut that down. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can vote in person. No, that's why they sent a ballot to my house. I got a ballot telling me. I was like, dude, the ballot is just in case you want it. You don't have. You can fill the ballot
to my house
and drop it off. Yeah. So everybody who's a registered voter got a ballot, and this one individual is so. This is a teacher. He's so not understanding. He thought the ballot, because of the confusion that he's getting from Fox, the president, the ballot's bad. They're making me. I said, dude, you in Jersey? We can go drop the. You still can go vote. They still gonna have the school set up to vote. No, that's why we got a ballot. I'm like, dude. So I just left it alone. My wife told me, just leave it alone. Maybe he won't vote.
Yeah, maybe not.
You know, but it's and then at the same time, there's people. When you asked, was I disappointed? There's some high school buddies from my town in Newark that I went to high school with, 30-year veterans in the military, and they were like spitting stuff out on. I was like, yo, dude, where you get that from? Yeah, Biden put this law into place in the 80s that put black people in jail. I said, no, black people who committed crimes put black people in jail. Nobody comes to you and say you gotta sell crack. Nobody came to you and said you gotta sell powder cocaine. I said that law was in place. If you got caught selling cocaine, you should go to jail. I'm a fan. I have family members. I have family members that use drugs. I want the people who sold it to them to go to jail. So, hooray for that law. If you committed a crime, you went to jail. Now, if you were wrongly convicted, that's a whole different thing.
Now, in general, I have to say that I was not surprised as I saw my friends and acquaintances come out for Trump. Now, if I could characterize them in any way, I would say that they tend to come from relatively rural areas. Here I live in a metropolitan city, but they would live on a very, I would say, kind of rural suburb. That's one characteristic. They tended, I tend to know a lot of people in security. I work in a hospital. I think the security guys tend to support Trump. What else? I think that pro-gun is another characteristic. People who like their guns tended to support Trump. But other than that, I didn't see too many surprises. In other words, and I don't become unfriendly with my Trumpster friends. I can't do it unless they became very vocal about it, or it led to a situation where it became a kind of Manichaean binary, you versus me type of situation. But I mean, I don't know about you guys. I mean, did you guys say that's it? Did you lose friendships over this? I mean, I can't explain.
Oh yeah, for me definitely.
I lost many friends on this.
I've lost pretty much all my family. Not over this specific issue, but it would have been over this issue if it wasn't something else. I haven't talked to them in a while, and I've lost several friends over it. A couple people I still keep in contact with, but it's like, at a distance. I'm not interested anymore. There's one guy, he meant the world to me growing up, like, mentor, that kind of thing. Not anymore. I mean, it's just like constant. I had to remove, at one point I was indiscriminately friending people on Facebook just because they were chess people that I know, because I'm big into chess for people who don't know. And I had to unfriend
you use that word again,
people.
Ryan. You cannot say chess. You cannot say the word chess.
All right, listen, I have to interrupt. Breaking news, okay? Breaking news, okay? Ronnie just sent me a text that the U.S. Postal Service disregarded a federal judge's, remember that was Emmett Sullivan, disregarded a federal judge's election day order to conduct processing facility sweeps in 12 postal districts after the agency disclosed more than 300,000 ballots could not be traced. So there's the joy trying to hand the election to Trump, right? This is the part that I don't like. Dave, you can't avoid it. This 300,000 votes will change an election.
When you're done, okay, let me ask you a question. You expected it. I expected it. Anybody who didn't expect it is now. The question becomes not that they did it, right? What happens now to those 300,000 votes? And you don't know, and I don't know. and they will go to court, and that's where it will be interesting. Okay?
That's
Now,
where we'll lose.
Do you guys see a clean result out of this, a decisive result, or is it going to just be held up in courts and?
Well, you
and
know,
red
Paul,
tape?
why wouldn't it be? It's been like this every single time. You know, we almost expect it's like expecting like your team to have an easy win eventually. It just rarely happens. You always have to bite your nails the last quarter. It's always that way. And
Well,
this is
So-
what's gonna
how
happen.
many days will this drag on, though, Brian? I mean, what are we expecting?
Your
here?
guess is as good as mine, Paul. I would say this will be just like what happened in 2000, and it'll run its way up to the Supreme Court, and then, you know, again, this is what I'm worried about, and already I see it happening.
all right, Brian,
But
let me take what you just said.
Unless Ohio and Texas
God, no, Jesus God.
turn this thing around, this is going to go in the direction that I've been discussing.
Fine. Okay. Let's assume that, and I'm not saying you're not right. Let's assume you're right. I'm going to get a little angry right now about every American who voted for Joe Biden. And I was one of them. I voted for Joe Biden on September 18th. And we run around and say, oh, it's terrible and they're going to cheat. I don't necessarily want to cheat to equal it out, but I want to take to the damn streets. I want to do economic boycotts. I want to do what they do in other countries. If this is unacceptable, if they do take it away, we learned our lesson with Bush and Gore. You can't let it go there and just let it go, right? And I really do think, and George, when you were talking about the civil rights movement, I was a little young then. I was born in '52. But later on, and fortunately, studied it a bit. And when I say those people, and we're still allowed to say those people, because when you say those people, I'm saying heroes, right? They were damn American heroes. But guess what? They didn't sit in that church and pray. They didn't. They did first, and then they went out on the streets. And John Lewis, who he is my ultimate, even more than Martin Luther King. John Lewis literally put his life on the line time and time and time again, where they didn't think he was going to make it off the Pettus Bridge. He was bleeding so badly in his head. But what
That was
happened
in
was
'65, I think.
they acted. And I get damn tired of all of us. Well, they cheated. Then, we just can't sit here and take that.
And we
So-
won't. I'm just saying.
Oh,
no, but
but right. If you
what do you want me to go outside right now and attack the posters? I can't do it. I got to wait till.
I understand that. I'm not attacking you. You think everything's so personal. I don't even care about you. I care about George. And
Well, that's
Paul and
personal.
Ryan. I don't even know. I don't even care.
Dave,
Yeah.
like you said, you were young. You're a baby boomer,
Right.
right? That generation of those people were part of the greatest generation.
Oh, no question. No question. And
And my grandfather, both of my grandfathers, so let me tell you why I joined the military. Both of my grandfathers, Jerry and John, both served in World War II. Both came one from South Carolina, one from Alabama. One from a cotton farm, one from a cotton plantation as a sharecropper's child, and another from a peanut. Alabama was a peanut. And they both joined World War II. My grandfather, my mother's father, him and his 3 brothers all left. When joined, my grandfather's brother, Sylvester, baby brother, he snuck, lied, and said he was 17 when he was 15. And he was the biggest of all the sons, and joined the Navy. There was Navy, Army, Marines, and that started something in our family. Well, for me, because I was close to my grandfather, and my grandfathers told me, and I used to always ask, and this is the mindset of the civil rights era. Why did you join the Army? To fight for a country against another set of countries that was doing the same thing to their people that we were doing to us. They were doing to us. He said it was the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the idea that no other country ever said that we all were created equal. And so my grandfather and that whole generation, white, black, everybody, believed in the democracy and freedoms and the prospect of happiness. So when my grandfather, his family, they fought. They made the sacrifices. My grandfather, James, died in Italy. My uncle Sylvester, not only did he serve in the Navy, he became one of the first African Americans in the Air Force in 1947. So that generation felt as though they had to make sacrifices. And that's the thing I keep saying. This group of people we have in America right now, sacrifice?
You know, in fairness though, George, there was a lot more clear cut back then. I mean, Hitler was such an obvious bad guy and stood for racist policies. But actually, the truth is that American blacks have been well treated in Europe. France, Germany really stand out. The jazz generation was well received, starting from Miles Davis, Bud Powell onward in France.
Going back to Josephine Baker.
Josephine Baker, they were treated as equals over there while having to come home, and James Baldwin, and having to come home and face the same old, especially in the South. So, yeah, I mean, it's all dirty, not so poorly kept secret.
So as non-African Americans, let me ask you guys a question.
Sure.
And maybe you can shine a light on me. So if Europeans use slavery as a commerce in the New World,
correct,
and they profited from it,
correct,
extremely, but
correct,
then they ceased to profit from it,
correct.
Well, England was the first ones, and then the Dutch were the last. The Portuguese were the worst, but they also stopped. So when Europe stopped enslaving people and made these new radical laws, one happened because of the revolutions that were happening in Europe. When the revolutions were happening, one of the things that revolutions were telling people in France and Russia and Italy, it was telling people that the world should not be treated better than us. The Lord should not be treated better than us. At the same time, to be non-hypocritical, Europeans said, well, if we're not going to treat poor people like poor people and rich people like rich people, then the blacks that are here, we must free them and treat them the same. Why didn't that happen in America?
Well, one difference is that there was no really large black population in Europe. Now in Spain, there was, because of that resulted from the triangular trade. Well, not the triangular trade, but a lot of slave trading, and blacks were treated as equals there. I mean, they controlled ships, they were merchants, in the great ports of Lisbon, Seville in Spain. The problem with America, I mean, the slave trade was actually banned in 1820, meaning that no ships were allowed to go onto Africa or Canary Islands or anywhere like that and bring slaves back anywhere. That it was banned. Now, but slavery continued on, and it was also ended in the British West Indies in around 1820s as well. Now, it continued in America up till, of course, 1865, but the actual slave trade was banned, and the British, who have a bad history regarding slavery, they actually used the Royal Navy to interdict slave ships from Africa. They actually used their navy to stop this trade. So you got to give them a little bit of credit on that. But again, they have an ugly history as well. But it's not just slavery, George. It's the sharecropping that occurred afterward. It was the Jim Crow laws. It was the migration out of the South in the 1920s. I mean, this repression continued all the way up to today. And then we had the civil rights movement starting roughly in 1954, and then the legislation came under Johnson primarily in the early 60s. But you talk about being at a disadvantage. I mean, it's long past slavery. We're talking well into until the legal protections that arose out of the 60s. I mean, I was reading.
Too, so, pretty much all my life.
Well, I have a thought on it. I don't have all the history that Paul does, but just look. I mean, I have a psychology background, and I think a lot of it continued and persisted because they didn't want to give up. If you get rid of the business, obviously they want to make all the money they can, but apart from that, I think that they just didn't want to look at other people as equals. I think they just wanted to remain superior, and they wanted to continue to create systems of oppression. I mean, Machiavelli says once you ingrain yourself in society, the next step is to create laws to support your position. And that's exactly what they did with like Jim Crow laws and I mean any other kind of law. I mean, there's all kinds of them going back. So I think it came down to not wanting to admit that everybody should be equal. And I mean, even if you look at the Constitution, I mean, it was basically like if you're a white man landowner, you were a person with a vote. And then over time, they expand that slowly. But I mean, it took forever to let women vote, black people vote, etc.
I would claim that a big fault has to do with our economic system, which is based on the misery. It's predicated on the misery of the majority of the population, or a good number. I mean, the Southerners couldn't thrive unless they kept the very large number of Black Americans, under their thumbs. I mean, and we're still based on that today, where we've got a handful on top. In fact, it's been as bad as it has been for probably since the Depression, as far as this inequality. So our whole system, really, economic system, is based upon maintaining the misery of the majority. And Trump stands for that big time.
Yeah.
I would say both parties do, but Trump
partly to build on what you just said, Paul, and this is kind of why I believe that it goes back to superiority for a lot of people, is because look at what has survived from the slave era, in America. I mean, obviously, number one, we have the economic engine that's still got the thumb on people, but two, the hate has survived. And the hate is the part where they want to be superior. They don't want to be
ignorance, Ryan. And I would say the decline of education and knowledge in America. I mean, this is the stepchild that comes out.
Now, George, you heard Ryan and Paul give intellectual reasons. I'm going to give you a little different ones. White people are fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a little. That's
particularly gay.
In a nutshell.
Here's why I say that. American white people are fucked up. Okay. So let's just real quickly. We're going to recap, right? So the first group of people come supposedly and stepped on a rock, which they didn't, right? We're in Massachusetts, and they come for religious freedom. And what's the very first thing those fucked up white people do? Do you know? They outlawed any religion but their own. That puts the smartest of all of them, Roger Williams, to Rhode Island, where he lives with the Native Americans that they're already warring with because they're possessed by the devil. And then we move to the South. And now this is where both Ryan and Paul are right. It's hatred and it's fear. And the fear is a long-standing. And I don't have a lot of ground to stand on this, but I'm going to say here's ignorance. But here's the thing. Think about this logistically, okay? I'm a white slave owner in the South, right? And let's do Georgia, because that's always my favorite plantation state. And you've got this really nice big White House, sort of like Donald Trump has. No, you got this big White House, and you've got 4 beautiful daughters, 2 sons, whom you send off to college, but the daughters are hanging around, and your wife. And there's one other white man on that plantation, and that's your overseer.
The overseer.
And you look out there, and you've got a big plantation. You got 250 people. Now, I'm sorry, you're going to live in fear because you're not that stupid that you don't think 250 people can overcome you by numbers, right? Well, then that fear turns into hatred because you feel that they're oppressing you. Turn that around today. What happens? Fucked up white Americans say today that blacks are keeping them down. Think about that for a moment. That's really what they're saying. They also say, if you get your little piece of the pie, I don't get mine, which is absolutely absurd. But that's what they do. Now, go to your civil rights. Everybody says, oh, the South, it's the South. You know what Martin Luther King said? He said the most racist city he encountered was Chicago when he was up there. And the reason was Northerners kind of said, oh, that's terrible. But they didn't treat them that well. So my thinking is this, and you know, it kind of ties into a number of things we're talking about tonight. Most of the Trumpers that I know, especially the ones that I taught or the ones I grew up with, if they're males, they're fearful. They are fearful. You know, Brian will accuse me always going sexually, but you know, the myth of the black man taking our white woman. Well, I'm going to say something, George. If you're going to if any black man wants to take a Trump woman, God help you. Just God help you. Okay? You know, so but you know, it's just crazy. Lyndon Johnson said it. He said, you know, kind of what he said. I'm not even gonna be close to the quote, but I'm gonna get.
I love Lyndon Johnson.
Oh, Lyndon Johnson's tremendous. He hadn't fucked up in Vietnam, but
I know.
the idea was, he said. I mean, I recognize he came from that, right? And
Came from Texas.
That was the brilliance of what he did. Was he turned the South against itself? You know, to vote for that civil rights fight.
For a short period of time. But what he knew was he understood the South. And there are a very small part of the South became very literate and very schooled. And some of them, like Morris Dees, went on to become great civil rights. But most of them are poor crackers. Okay? Look at To Kill a Mockingbird. A made-up story, yes, but somewhat true. Atticus Finch, one old lady, and Atticus' side chick, of course he's not married, pretty much have a good handle on it. Everybody else, you know, just buys into that. And that's the problem, George. They buy into it. And I'll use another example, and then we're going to look at the Midwest further, okay? Montana. Why the hell anybody would want to live there, I don't know, but they do. But I don't know. Were you there?
Were you
there?
It's a beautiful
George?
state.
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah, if you like cows.
Big sky country.
But, well, God can have it, okay? So we go there, George. Do you remember Linnell? She went by three different names. We used to laugh and say, 3 students could get together later who were Princeton students, say, who did you have for English? I had Miss Schmidt. Well, who did you have for? I had Miss Issa. Who did you have? I had Miss Wilson. She just got married a number of times. But Linnell was a great person. She was from South Dakota. And she said that she did not meet a black person alive until she went to college. Now, you remember Mike? Do you remember Mike Burden? Were you around when Mike was there, Big Mike? Anyway, he went on and he played basketball. He was something else, and played with my son when they played Camden for the championship they lost. But anyway, Mike went out there to coach, and he would come back and he'd say, damn, I'm the only one like me in the state. So what they've been able to do is listen to the jive, right? It's very hard to hate a black person if you know them, right? Now, if you only if you only know one, and that one happens to be James Duncan's, then you could hate him, right? Because I'm not crazy about Duncan's, but if you never meet one, you buy into the myth, right? All these myths that we've perpetrated, and I get a little testy when people run around. I understand Lincoln did free the slaves. He didn't give a shit about the black men and women. He did it for one simple reason. His military leaders convinced him if he did that, it would form a front behind, right? And he did it. And you don't have to be any kind of scholar. If you go to the Lincoln Memorial, Lincoln, and these are his words, if I could free all of the slaves and save the Union, that is what I would do. If I could free half the slaves and save the Union, that is what I would do. And if I could free none of the slaves and save the Union, that is what I would do. Now, does that negate, the fact that he freed them? No, but it shows you had a different motive. This is something Americans don't know, George. Well, I shouldn't say that. Many Americans don't know. The first 7 American presidents, only one was not a slaveholder.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Let's see if we can figure out who that was.
Yes, if you can. You should be able to. I'll give you a hint. It wasn't Donald Trump.
New York.
Who would have been the first 7? Van Buren, maybe?
Nope, good guess. Earlier than that.
Tyler, was he in the first 7?
But he was a slaveholder.
He was, okay. Wonder who it was.
Do you want me to answer it? I mean, I'm not being smart.
Sure.
John Adams.
Wow. So his son, John
What?
Quincy, was that his son or his nephew? John Quincy had slaves then.
No, neither
Who?
one of them did.
Who interesting enough, folks, John Quincy was the attorney in the what was that slave ship that got overrun and they were put into jail?
Yes, I know.
John Quincy, the Amistad,
Amistad.
yes. John Quincy
Yes.
was the attorney
For Amistad.
on behalf of the
Do you realize too, and this is just a minor point, but it's crazy. So we sing the Star Spangled Banner, right, as our national anthem, written to an English drinking song, because back then you took music and just put other words to it. So that was an English drinking song, and Francis Scott Key did a poem that was put to music. There's a verse left out of that is basically,
Second verse.
it's
Second
left
verse.
out, which is there. But the interesting about Francis Scott Key, when they had the first, in Washington D.C. before they had free slaves, he was very instrumental as an attorney representing concerns to send black slaves back to slavery. So, I get a little upset with people who look at history and say, such good guys. Look, history's always been bad. But George, I think something that I would look for, and I'm going to turn it around now and ask you. I'm very encouraged by young people today on all fronts. You talk about, like, I was part of that, baby boomer generation, and they get credit and they get blamed for a lot of stuff. There is a myth there, gentlemen, you all being so young, but I think it does tie into Trump. Trump is a baby boomer, but Trump is more typical than I am. There were really 4 groups, social groups of young people when I was growing up. The one that got all the play were the hippies, right? Now, they were the smallest of the groups. But because they brought in long hair, they brought in drugs, and God bless them, they brought in free sex, they were looked at that way. There was a second group of which I was a part of. We were a little bit larger, and we were the political radicals, SDS, that type of thing, fighting for civil rights, but from a political end, not just, kind of that kind of thing. We also had long hair. We also had, we loved our drugs. And thank God we had free sex. But the largest group,
I'm laughing because George is laughing.
the largest group, which we never say anything. We talk about in the baby boom years the silent majority, Nixon's people, but no, the sons of the silent majority. In the town, George, where you teach, where I live, or lived outside, where Brian teaches and lives, that silent majority, what it would have been is their fathers worked in the factory, and then they went to work there, right? But the difference was they looked at those other two groups and said, I like long hair. Because, it just became a fad, right? Ooh, yeah, marijuana's kind of cool, right? And you throw, I'll give up my Paps back then, or Peels, or Schmitz, or Budweiser, and bring that in, and then a little Boone's Farm to wash it down with, right? But the big thing is, I like the free sex part. So it all gets merged together, but they were not liberal. They're the same ones that are voting, have voted their whole life that way. So when people say, what happened to the flower children? Well, they dropped out, and they were the smallest group. So when I look at young people today, I'm very encouraged, because I think you have to be oppressed, unfortunately, or put out of ill at ease to realize how out of whack America is. And you know what I think put them out of whack? Is guns. This is a generation that went to school with fear. Now, I've been told, well, wait a minute, you went to school with fear? And I said, yes, of nuclear war. But it was really, like after the Cuban Missile Crisis, we kind of went, whew, I do know people in my generation, but I've talked to a lot of young people down here. And I think they are, Paul, you talk about it a lot, income inequality. Well, hell, they know they're never going to get a goddamn job, right? I mean,
Well, they start off in big student loan debt.
That's me, by the way.
Yeah,
exactly.
they're seeing the destruction of retirement programs. There's no pensions anymore. Social Security is under siege. They pay a lot for health insurance, and still their medical bills are, I just went through surgery. I think my bill was like $5,000 or $6,000 total, and I got to pay, $2,500 of it, and I got health insurance, so they're realizing that they're really stuck out there. They don't have any of the benefits that.
No, as one of those people, I can say, like, being in student loan debt, it's horrible. I'm constantly told that I don't work hard, and it's like anyone who knows me knows that all I do is work, and it's just like being called lazy, all this stuff. I mean, it's just nuts. Like when I was growing up, I mean, first of all, I was taught, don't go to the military, you'll die. Don't you are college bound, not plumber bound, and so you got to go to school because that's what you got to do. So I did. And then when I, graduate, it's like I'm left holding this giant bag of debt. And it's like, all right, so where's that job that I was promised? I mean, I spent 2 or 3 years looking for a job outside of what I do. I couldn't find it. And then 10 years down the road, I've got so much, interest built up. I mean, it's just like I'm never going to pay that. I'm just never. It's just a joke to even bother trying.
But Ryan, it's horrifying. I mean, we are a country of exclusion, and most of us are excluded. And Ryan's tale is told by a great number of us. And
but you know what?
What I just said.
I attribute the a lot of the racial hate to the fact that many Americans have a real grievance. But if you're ignorant enough, or you live out in a rural community where you weren't exposed to diversity, guess what? You tend to blame, African Americans or Latinos or undocumented aliens or foreigners or who else, right? But the point is that we all have grievances because we've all been left out. And now this hate, which Trump manipulates very well, right, has all been directed at the gays, the undocumented immigrants, the blacks in the inner city.
I don't think it's hate though. I think what he's tapping in on is fear. And
well, it's both.
Fear's big.
But,
yeah.
Do you think 15? I would say 15.
You're right, George. I would agree with you on that.
15% of his followers might just hate us, hate other people.
No, you're right.
But then
it's fear.
The other 85%, he finds out when he's on a campaign, Trump, he's talking about the things that people fear. Of course, everybody fears about losing their job. Now we know, without a doubt, Mexican. I live in where I work at. The migrant workers are not taking anybody's job. There's nobody, and Brian can tell you, our kids are leaving school and go work in the fields. There's no white people working in the fields, so they're not taking their jobs. I can't think of the dude's name that started the The alt-right. He's the alt-right face. He's the guy that's always talking about the alt-right.
Talking about Steve Bannon?
Nah, it's not Bannon. It's
Brian Weinstein.
See, George, what I go through?
This dude was on Roland Martin. I don't know if you guys know who Roland Martin is.
Yes.
Pretty good interviewers. So Roland Martin was interviewing. He was interviewing this guy.
Wallace.
Nah. This dude is about
Okay,
he's
well,
about 40 years old. So he
Okay.
interviewed him and he said, "Why are you so anti-immigrant?" And
He's about
the guy
Richard Spencer.
cracked up laughing. He said, "You think we worried about the Mexicans? We're worried about those guys in Silicon Valley. We're worried about those engineers. We're worried about those guys who are getting paid six-figure incomes, taking our jobs. We're worried about those Nigerians coming over. We ain't worried about that." He said this. We're not worried about that low-hanging fruit people. But when he stands up on the podium and he's standing up in rural America, he's in Appalachia, and he's telling them they're taking your jobs away.
Mhm.
They'll never have a silicone job. They're not thinking about coding.
Well,
They're
George, I
robots.
hate to argue with you there for a moment, just for a second. A lot of them send their wives, and sometimes their daughters, and sometimes their mistresses, and get silicone implants for them. So I mean, I usually don't like to argue with you, but you know. But here's the thing. My theory is, like I say, you have to be oppressed to understand oppression. That's, I mean, and a lot of white people don't. But they are now with the guns. I also think. Oh, are you getting ready to go to the bathroom again, Brian?
Somebody was. I think it was you.
It's like working with Curly and Larry. Jesus Christ. Maturity of a 13-year-old. But anyway, I think Ryan.
He speaks from both ends.
Okay, I wasn't gonna tell this story.
Okay.
But I'm gonna tell it now. You brought it on, bro. You know, George, how you said your whole family served in the military and you did? Brian doesn't like to tell this story, but he attempted to join the military. And they asked him a series of questions, and they went out and slapped both his mother and his father. You know how the doctor slaps him coming out? For raising a child like him. Think about that. The other thing is, seriously, Ryan, do you consider yourself, because of death now, you know what it's like to be poor, right? Even though you're not poor.
Do I know what it's like to be poor?
Oh, shut up, Brian. I'm talking to Ryan.
Who asked me a question? Oh, you're talking to Ryan.
Jesus.
You're
God,
mumbling.
He can't see. He can't
You mentioned
hear.
What was your question about debt?
Yeah, I'm saying, do you think that debt makes you closer to understand what it's like being poor?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't had health insurance most of my life. I do currently, but I mean, it's like the cheapest that you can have, you know, and it's like, I could never get a home loan. I could never, even car loans. Every car I've ever bought, I had to pay cash for, and I had to save up to buy it because I can't get a loan to do that because my debt to income ratio is so large.
And what I'm going to say is, and you can disagree with me, I think that makes you closer to what maybe a black person is born into, right? And it makes you maybe more liberal and understand that, right?
Well, I would say,
intelligence.
actually, I have a better example of
Okay.
it. I mean, again, I'm not black, so I can't be understanding of that 100%. But the closest thing I can do is my last name, actually. On paper, I'm
Right.
discriminated against a lot because I have a Hispanic last name. Like my phone bill, it comes in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. They keep telling me on the phone. I'm telling you, it's just like little crap.
Yeah,
like
that is
like,
no. But there you are,
Like-
right? There you are.
I know, like it's nuts, and it's like I call them and I say, hey, can you change my bill into English, and they're like, well, sir, you have to go in and change it because you must change it to Spanish. And I'm like, why would I do that? And I've never logged into my online account ever. Why would I do that? Obviously, they have profiled my name somehow, either automatically or whatever they did. But I'd say on paper, I've experienced discrimination a lot in my life. But that's a closer example versus
and what I'm saying
my
is
dad.
My last
George,
name,
I'm getting back to your
expected
original
Gaelic,
question.
You know, I mean, I don't know how to speak Gaelic.
Mm-hmm.
But
Are like you having a mental
but
breakdown?
most Americans are suffering right now, and they play upon that and then fear, all that. I know this must be an inside joke for Spartans, but anyway.
So let me
Hey, let me say something to Brian just for a moment.
No, you keep talking your shit, man.
We have Ryan. Who makes
This
a
is
lot
the
of
election. Don't talk about me.
sense. George Lennon, who makes a lot of sense. Paul McGinley, who makes a lot of sense. And there are cockatoos all over the world that make more sense than you. And you keep sitting there. You know, just go play with yourself or something. All right. And let the intelligent three talk. Go ahead, gentlemen.
So Dave, when I was in basic training, you spoke about Montana, and one of my basic training brothers, white guy from Butte, Montana, and me and the other 4 black guys were shining our shoes. We're in a little huddle. We're conversating, we're laughing, we're joking, and the other guys from the West came over and asked if they could sit with us. Hey, could we sit with you guys? So we sitting, we're exchanging. Where you from? How you doing? Blah blah blah. And so the dude from Montana asked if he could touch my hair, and it's at the point where our hair had started growing back in. After our first haircut.
Right from that.
And
Right.
I was like, sure. At first I was like, no. I was 18 years old. I was like, man, you're not touching my hair. And our leader, our dorm chief, who was 27 years old, had a wife and kids, he said, let him. So I'm like, dude, just don't mess my hair up. So he touches my hair, and he giggles. And I was like, what's so funny? He said, it doesn't feel like Brillo.
Yeah, I could understand. And you know what's sad about that is
what he said was, we were the first black people
right
that he actually had ever spoke to. He saw us,
right.
But he had never spoke to us. And he's from Butte, Montana. He said it might have been one black person at his school, and it was a janitor. And he said that everything he knew, and this is in our little 5-minute conversation, he tells me that everything he knows about black people, he learned from Starsky and Hutch.
Oh God!
What was their sidekick? What was their sidekick?
Huggy Bear.
Huggy Bear. That's it. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
And Ryan, if you remember Starsky and Hutch, and Beretta, so everything that a lot of people, and then I just assume as a man now, I realize that a lot of people in America, a lot of white people in America who don't have associations with black people,
Correct,
or Hispanic people, or that much, even Italian people. You know me, Italian. You know people I know think all Italians are mobbed up.
they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, George,
You know-
think of their impressions. I mean, the impressions come from TV, right? So,
Yep.
yeah, as
Yeah.
you said, they see all Italians in the mafia and so on. It's a shame.
I've got a interesting point to make about my own childhood from what George just said. I remember, I was raised racist for sure. I mean, it wasn't like we sat down, we're like, all right, we're racist, we got to talk about this. It wasn't like that. But as I age, I remember stuff, and I just man, that was crazy stuff I was taught. But there was this one moment. I went to a high school. It's called St. Francis High School, extremely diverse liberal school. It's my favorite part of my education ever that I've had, of all the different levels of education I've had. And I remember my mom said, I'm happy that you're going to that school. And I said, well, why, other than just the normal stuff? And she goes, well, because in my life, whenever I meet an Indian person or a Mexican person or a black person, I don't know what to do. And this school did not have that problem. There's all kinds of people there to talk to. And I remember that because this is also the person who has taught me lots of racism in my life. But I remember that. And I think that that is true. I think there's a lot of people who just don't leave their circle, and they're so insular. And then when they grow up, it's like they meet somebody. And, you know, like I remember in my grade school, we had two black people in our, well, two black students, I should say, in our school. They were brother and sister. And the principal would always pal around with the boy. His name was Ricky. And he would be like, "What's up, my man?" And I remember even as a kid thinking, man, that sounds so fake. Like when he says it, it's just like, you don't talk like that to anybody except Ricky. Why are you doing that? Like I remember thinking that. And, you know, it's just like, that's the world I grew up in. It's just like, it's like the other side of the conversation, you know, and it's just like, you got to undo a lot of that stuff. And, you know, unfortunately, family didn't help me undo it. It's all
Now I'm
me
gonna go the other way from Ryan. Almost completely opposite, and George will know about this, and I don't know, Ryan and Paul, you don't know the area well. But my father had dry cleaning plants, and his main one was in Salem, New Jersey. And I spent a lot of time there, even though I was a Bridgeton, because my mom would help him out on Saturdays and whenever school wasn't in session, because she was a teacher. And, you know, they weren't going to leave me home because I'd have burnt the house down. So I grew up in Salem, New Jersey, literally. And that's where I learned, you know, kind of to be a kid. And I was the only white person in that neighborhood, right? I mean, that was it. It was me. And I was never treated any differently. When we had a fight, it was because I insisted I was safe at second base and the other person insisted I was out. So I kind of grew up that way. And I don't know if you remember, none of you are old enough maybe, but there was he went to Penn State, went on and played for the Baltimore Colts, running back named Lydell Mitchell. And he was
a great running back. I remember him.
He was all world. This is honest to God truth. I'm not exaggerating. In a Sandlot baseball game, he once hit a pitch that still is traveling through the universe. It's never landed. And he got to be, the reason he got to be such a great running back is I missed so many tackles that he just said, "That's great. I can do now." But the point is, you know, interesting though, growing up that way, it really did. I mean, you know, you saw that they didn't oppress you. I mean, they really didn't. They didn't treat me a bit differently. And I'm so grateful. Now, the other thing, and then I'll go back, you were talking about touching hair, George. Remember, you know, do you know that before Brian married Ronnie, that was the only best pickup line he had? He would go into bars and he'd go up to every woman and he'd say, "Hey, can I touch your hair?" And then we'd go home and wonder why he never got a date.
Well, Brian and I were college kids together, and I got to admit that that's a bit of a distortion of the facts.
Thank
But
you, Paul. Thank you.
But basically, Dave, I think you and I, really the only two here with any hair left, I think we've beat the subject to death. We should pretty much get an update on the election. Brian,
there's an election going on? I thought.
Yeah, we've kind of lost everything of late. Well,
I guess I'm
Google
behind
seems to
my
have
friends.
stopped updating the poll results. I can't.
all of the key states seem like Trump's winning by 1%, basically. He's winning in Wisconsin. He's winning in Florida. He's winning in Georgia. It's really upsetting.
Well-
I'm not feeling good about this.
All right, Brian. Question: total vote count. How many in?
Trump is up by almost 2 million.
I didn't ask
blows
that.
me away, guys.
I misphrased it. I'm sorry. That was my mistake.
that surprises me. That is a
Yes,
surprise.
that is surprising.
In each state. I mean, like Wisconsin, he's up by one with 58% in, or 65 or 99. What's do you have any? of
No,
those
this
numbers?
is Ohio. He's up by 4% now and 74% in. That's not good. Dave, it's just not good.
What are all of the states that are in contestant? Because if it's 1% and they're not counting absentee
Well, it's
ballots,
North Carolina is the what I see is the closest. They haven't talked about Texas recently, but
Yeah.
that seems. I mean, right now,
I would
Wisconsin.
not trust North Carolina. Sorry.
Right, I wouldn't either. And I say
Anyone from North
Wisconsin,
Carolina, sorry, but I would not trust them.
71% in, and he's still up in Wisconsin. And I would have thought that. Look, they had him up by what, 3 or 4 points in the polls,
All right.
and he's down by 2.
Is Milwaukee in?
I don't know, but I would guess not. I don't think that all the votes
there
are in.
you are, okay? Pennsylvania
Right. Well, no, but here you are. You keep talking about these votes that it was in Milwaukee, but that means they still have to get there, like from the post office. So this is where I say the cheat comes in. You keep thinking like it's all going to just settle the right way. It doesn't work that way with this guy.
It is going to settle the right way. I'm telling you.
Well, I hope so, because you remember you're 0 for 13 here.
On Trump, yes, I am.
Okay, you're 0 for 13.
Well, he could be 0 for 13, but if he gets this one right, that's all.
Look,
There
as
you
you know,
are.
Ryan, I want him to be right.
Yep.
I want Dave to be
know.
right. I really
Look,
want him to be right.
Gentlemen, the whole thing, and I'm not downplaying it. Look, I'm sitting here acting like I'm calm.
And he's up in Michigan too. So
If I weren't
That
drinking
doesn't
this,
surprise
there's
me
nothing in
necessarily,
here.
Brian.
But
well, it
Yeah,
does because
Michigan
Michigan.
is
They
so
say he
rural.
was up. The polls had Biden up by like 11. And I think at that point you didn't even
So-
have to really
so
understand
incredible.
polls.
Well, let's see.
So
Michigan.
what does that say about our country?
Well, that's
If he
what
wins
I think.
again.
That's the real
George,
conversation.
there you are. There you are.
I don't know.
Well,
I agree, but also Michigan is one that can't. They didn't start counting ballots until today. So I mean, again, if these races are close, I think most of the absentee ballots are Democrats because they're
agree.
not stupid and they don't want to go get COVID-19. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous that most of the country didn't.
You can't.
And they did say that the people who voted today, 2-1, were Republicans for in-person voting.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And this is
the
just
red mirage. They keep saying.
This is anecdotal. So take
Utah
it.
goes to Trump. We knew that.
Yeah.
Hey, you're doing such a good job, Brian. Would you tell me tomorrow where the sun is going to rise? Is it going to rise in the east or the west? Utah, of course, they went for Trump. Jesus.
Well,
Tell-
okay.
Hey, Dave,
you know,
Dave,
it's
I've been
funny.
wondering.
Well, I'll tell you, he better win those states that you're talking about, Dave, because
He's
you're
going to.
forget.
Utah.
Okay.
I visited Utah a couple years back. Me and my wife went to Utah.
Right.
She wanted to go to Utah, so we went to Utah, and I was terrified because I knew that I'll probably be like one of the only black guys there. And we went to Utah. We went to Salt Lake City. She got me tickets to watch the Jazz. We went to watch a basketball game, and
Right.
the whole week we were there, we went to restaurants. I would go, it's just me and you, babe. Or we'd go to the movie theater. I'll go, it's just me and you, babe. It was like we the only 2 black people in Park City, Utah. Then we went to Salt Lake City to watch the game, and I was like, in line to get into the arena. I was like, babe. And before I could say, she said, there's 2 other black people. Before I could say it, she said it. And when we were in the game, and she got us, she got us decent seats. It was for my birthday. We went to Utah for my birthday, and we both started counting how many basketball players were on the court, and there were more basketball players on the court than there were black people in the stadium.
Right.
And
That's something else.
it dawned on me. I just took
That-
for granted from being in the East Coast all this time
Right.
that
Right.
the
right.
country
Oh,
had
yeah.
started to. I think the thing that's hurting us as a country is we really haven't mixed the pot up enough. Like Montana, like Utah,
agree.
South and North Dakota, Iowa. There's not enough of us. It's
Well,
sad
Ohio and
when you-
Michigan are full of rural areas, and they haven't mixed the
Yeah.
pot there in those areas. It's the
So,
same thing.
watch any Big 10 football game or Big 12 football game, and then there's more minorities on the field
Oh,
than in the
absolutely.
stand.
I
But-
never knew any of this. This hits me, but there was something I've been wondering about. That head behind you there, David. Who is
Yes.
the family member you stuck up there? I mean,
This one. That
No,
I'm
no,
pointing to?
the other side.
What other side? That side?
The mask. He's talking about the
Yeah,
mask, I think.
What unfortunate family member got stuck up there?
Well, there's a story about that. I want to say if it involves Brian. I've talked enough about it, but I'll tell it on the next hour. The thing you were talking about, though, Brian, I mean, we're joking about it, but we're talking about this vote. So this is anecdotal. Take it for what it's worth. People by now are tired of me. I live in Crystal City in a place called Crystal Plaza because it's easy. I can't get lost. I can't remember much. But we actually vote in our building. That's pretty cool, right? So this morning, my wife, who's on edge, who thinks, and rightfully so, and she's going to come on in a few minutes. But she said, I got to go down and see. And I knew what she meant. When we worked for the Obama campaign in 2012, we were pretty involved. I mean, we're low level. I don't mean, Brock never called me. But the day of the election, we were scheduled to go different places. And they got back to us and said, can you stay in your building? I said, well, yeah. The line in 2012 we have a lobby that's huge. It went around, it went outside the building, right? All these numbers. Today she goes down and she comes back. I said, how many were there? She said, oh, you should see it. I said, well, how many are there? None. Now, what happened was here, and this goes to what you were saying, Ryan. Remember I said we went 76% for Hillary. We went 89% for Obama. I said, I think we might break 90 with Biden and Trump, but most of those votes, like Judy's and mine, were cast early. And that's why, Brian, not the fact that you're mentally damaged, though you are, the idea is this is such an unusual election because of so many people voting early. Unless those votes are in now and counted, we don't know. We don't know. And I'm going to say that I'm even more certain now that Joe Biden will be our next president based on the numbers you just gave, because a lot of those numbers don't include the pre-votes. And if he's that close with, 2-1 Republicans coming out, you really think it's going to be 2-1 Republicans voted early? I don't think so.
Let me see. I think I have a graphic of the states that.
Yeah, a lot of those votes they're not.
Some are
counting.
tabulated early and some aren't. Some aren't.
I'll be right back.
Now, see, you know how Ryan does that? He doesn't say off camera, I got to go to the bathroom. He just, as a gentleman, says.
I didn't think I was on the air, okay?
You don't think. You don't have to add it on the air. You don't think. God.
Well, I missed that, Dave. What happened?
Oh, yeah, that was before you came. So your buddy Brian, whom you defend, and I think it speaks marvelously of your character that you defend him. Thinking that he can sneak off, not realizing his mic is still on, says, Hun, to Ronnie, I got to go to the bathroom. And so I asked him, I said, intrepid viewers of Divided We Stand want to know, are you going to go number one? Or are you going to go number two? And I didn't say, are you going to urinate or are you going to defecate? Because he doesn't use those terms. He goes, I go one, I go two. So that's the difference. Ryan just says, I'll be back. He gets up and goes. You think you could do that, Brian? God.
Listen to this guy. I had a graphic with all the states as far as.
See what I mean? Oh, I had a graphic, All right, George, I'm going to ask you. Sitting where you are now, more confident or less confident? Just one word. I'm more confident or less confident when I sat in that chair. And confident being Biden will be our president.
I'm less confident.
I'm less too.
And I'm more. And
The only reason I'm less confident because I
thought the numbers for Trump would be larger than they are. If he's hanging 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, remember, he only has to take 3 states. And he's got 9 to choose from.
Well, he needs either Pennsylvania, which let's not even count Pennsylvania because
I agree.
Pennsylvania is not going to. They're not going to count all. They're not going to be done counting all their votes.
Right.
Till,
I agree.
So, if he could pull Texas,
we know that, and that's a tough pull. That's a tough
but
pull.
Trump just took Nebraska, which we're not surprised.
Right.
He's going to take all the Big Ten states.
Right.
Unless,
and he's gonna claim he won it because he brought football back, but he didn't.
Unless we could take Ohio, and he can't win. Let's look at if we could take these places away that he must have. He must have Ohio.
He must have everything that he won, George.
Yep.
Right.
He must take everything he had before. He must take it. But if we could take Virginia back, if we could keep Virginia, we have Virginia last
we
time.
We will keep Virginia. I'm not joking about that. That's all.
If we could keep Virginia, and if we could take one of the Carolinas.
You got any report on North Carolina, by the way?
The last time North Carolina showed it, we were up. I say we. He was up in North Carolina.
It's us versus them right now tonight.
Yeah, we were up in North Carolina, and South Carolina was. Last time I looked, it said it was too early to call. In Georgia, with 58%, and most of these places are only barely over half. The biggest group I've seen was New Jersey, which was like 70%. But Arizona, 75%, and right now it looks like Biden's up by 200,000 votes. You know, and then you look at
Apple.
They show in Minnesota. Joe Biden's up, but it's only 30% of the votes in. So the thing that's hurting us right now is we just don't know how those places that are halfway there, how they go.
Right. George,
you know,
I'm
we
gonna
go
ask
Arizona and New Mexico, we good.
A lot of times I do this deliberately. I don't ask. I use Brian as everyman, so I'm going to use you as everyman. I mean, I know you're coach, and by the way, you've done very well with that girls' team, which is kind of amazing. I mean, having taught there, I mean, you've done very well. But here's the thing: have you ever been in a game either as a player or the coach, and in the third quarter of a game that has 4 quarters, you were really getting lambasted, and suddenly you came out and won, right? And there's a reason for that. The game isn't over till it's over. Now, I assume, George, you know Brian. Have you ever watched a sporting event with Brian? And this is serious. I'm not joking now. Have you?
Not an entire event, but
no. I can remember watching Phillies games where on the third pitch, if the count was 2-1, the game was over. He does a lot of things. Brian does a lot of things prematurely. And one of them, well, some of them involves things we're not going to talk about, but one of them involves his call, which is good. But what's happening is we're all premature, right? It doesn't matter till the last vote. Now, Brian, I've been picking on you because you deserve it, but you're absolutely right to a point. To this point, we've all agreed on this. The Republicans, I wouldn't put anything past them. And even if they drew a line, Trump would cross it. Okay.
Well, the thing that bothers me, Dave, is that
sure.
I'm less confident because I was really hoping for a Biden landslide. Because the closer it gets, the more
absolutely
start coming to the fore. That's the problem. You see, you do not want a close election here. We do not want a close election.
And can I add, Paul, that
storm troopers will come out, and this is the biggest fear. You know, it being realized. Go ahead, Brian.
No, what I'm saying is, and Dave, this is not to pick on you, but Dave said that, you know, he had heard James Carville said that we'll know who's president by 10 o'clock and that it'll be a landslide.
That's what I wanted.
And Biden will win. And Dave agreed. By 10 o'clock. Well, no, it's 10:44.
All right,
I don't know shit right now, Dave.
All right,
that's not happening.
You're 44 minutes off right now. Oh, no, 45.
So I am alarmed. I'm very alarmed by what's going on right now.
Thank you, Paul.
All you bunch of weenie whiners are following the weenie whiner king up there, Brian. It's not.
But the reason why I'm worried,
go ahead,
is because of that many states still support Trump. And of course, those are a bunch of states that I would never want to live in. But if they still support, it still divides the country. The country is still divided. And
it's going to be divided. Kumbaya is a great dream.
But you would think after 4 years of bullshit that there's enough intelligent people in the United States of America that can see
you are.
the bullshit for the bullshit.
Right.
There you are.
You would think, but we've devalued education for 30 years. I think we're
Right.
reaping the benefits of it now.
Exactly, Ryan.
Absolutely.
You know, I pushed that point heavily. Exactly.
Absolutely right. The other thing is, let's get back to my least favorite state, Indiana.
I just went there a few weeks ago. I don't like it either. So
No, it doesn't.
You border
I think
that
it's a-
state, Ryan.
yeah, I
think-
had to go buy furniture over there because Kentucky didn't have any furniture.
Well, I would take Kentucky any day of the week over. Well, I would take anything. I would take Guam over Indiana. But I think the
There's
reason I'm
nothing
saying
wrong
that,
with Guam.
what?
There's nothing wrong with Guam.
Ah, hell. They're foreigners.
If you like
They're part
snakes.
of America. No. What I'm saying, though, Indiana, I think, George, is what you're looking at. You look at those people, and they should know better, right? They ain't got the Southern hatred in them, right? There are actually black people that do live in Indiana, right? All these things you would think, and they don't have it. And that gets to the depth of what the problem is. And I'd love, it drove me crazy. I mean, I wish I could do this, but no, I don't even wish I could do this because I don't know if you guys saw today, they were all over Facebook. No matter who wins, let's all be friends. Fuck that.
Yeah, I know that was John Paul actually.
Well, John Paul's a kumbaya guy. John Paul's a great guy. But what I'm
He's a
saying-
great guy, but that's not the philosophy I take.
But here's the thing: whether Joe Biden wins or Joe Biden loses, America's still divided. Because Trump is an exacerbator of the problem. He's a stirrer up of the problem, but he didn't create the problem. He's using it for his own individual gains. Now, let's look at the devastating scenario for all of us. Donald Trump wins. You know why that's not the end of the world? You want to know why it's not? If the Democrats take the Senate, it's a whole different 4 years. Do you realize the first day they come in, they can start impeachment proceedings? Let's look at that impeachment. Donald Trump did not walk away from that impeachment. He's an impeached president. There
He's
are
impeached.
3 in United States history.
Yeah, we definitely
John-
need Congress. Definitely need
Andrew Johnson, Bill Clinton, and I'll be honest with you, I gave Clinton a free pass. I'm not so sure now. He did lie. I understand. I lied. I would lie too if I got caught cheating on my wife. I got that point. But I'm not president of the United. I'm not president of the United States. It's a little different. And I think Hillary knew he was cheating. But anyway, that's not her. And now Donald Trump. I'm not a know-it-all, but I do know this. He got impeached. Basically, there was a trial, and he was found guilty. And then it went to the Senate, and the Senate acts as the judge. And the judge said, meaning all the Republicans said, yes, but we don't care. It's not bad enough. Go and sin no more. And Brian's secret love, Susan Collins in Maine, well, he splits his time between Judge Amy and Susan Collins. She's the one who said, I think he learned his lesson. Well, no, he didn't, Susan. And please tell me she's losing, but we'll get to that in a moment. So my point is, you know what happens when a president gets impeached and the Senate acts? Bye-bye, Mr. President. That's why Nixon resigned. So it's not, yes, George, you said it better than anyone else could ever say it. What does it say about America? It says a lot of Americans are fucked up. And I said that was true 401 years ago, and it's true today.
Sorry, folks. I have an unstable motherboard, so my computer's not stable. Man, I apologize. But I did hear your point, Dave, because I didn't see your face, but I heard. So I did hear you.
Right.
No, I'm concerned. I won't deny it. I'm concerned. I think we need not just a victory, but a pretty decisive one. And
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the absentee ballots. whether we like that or not. I think that's it, because there's
Well,
a
that's
lot of them out there.
I just don't want this to be one of those things where those yahoos out west, and not even out west, you know, they still, you know, if it comes down to a close election, all Donald Trump got to do is say, somebody somehow, some way cheated me.
Correct.
And
You can say that anyway.
Yeah,
Even if he
that's-
wins, he's going to
that's-
say that. He's going to be like, I didn't
that's
get
it.
enough votes.
That's a given. You're right, Brian. I mean, the difference is, and we don't know this, gentlemen, Donald Trump with the Senate and 4 years was a pretty powerful dude. All right. And he did a lot of damage to America. And it's going to take a long time to undo it. But this, we don't know. You know what I mean? We just don't know yet. And to say at this point that anybody has won, they haven't. And nobody's lost yet. And if look, I didn't acknowledge Donald Trump as a human being when I first saw him at a James Brown concert at the Taj Mahal, and he actually walked up and said, "I'll sing, James." Seriously, and took the mic from James Brown. Think about that. The greatest showman of my lifetime. And if you've seen Trump dance recently, he didn't dance a bit better then. So the point is, he's a creep. He's a cretin. He's everything bad you can say. No redeeming characteristics. If that's what most of America wants, then
Brian,
we're
it
gonna
looks
have to-
like the Dems are controlling the House so far. They're looking good in that from what I'm seeing,
right.
with a 1-seat lead in the Senate.
Have any? I like doing this. Have any Senate races been called yet besides McConnell that we know of? That's not a surprise. I mean,
New Jersey got called.
yeah, that makes sense. Corey, no, Corey's gonna
There's
be a force.
19 uncalled for the Senate right now.
I'm sorry.
19 uncalled races right now. This out of 35 in the
It's going to be an
Senate.
interesting one, gentlemen, and I don't know if you agree or not. I think North Carolina, the Democrat there, right, had a really big lead at one point over the Republican, over Tillis. And then I understand this, the heart, love, and all that. Couldn't he have waited just a little bit longer to have the affair
Right.
and get caught with it? Now, we can say it doesn't have the same impact. It took Gary Hart out of the presidency, right?
Yep.
It certainly didn't do that much damage to Clinton. And Lord, I still will never understand how saying grabbing a woman's pussy didn't stop. But then I don't understand how mocking a disabled, there's so many reasons to stop Trump. But in this race, it did have an impact because that's Bible Belt South. And that could cost a seat in the Senate. And I don't give a damn who the senator is from North Carolina, as long as they're not a Republican. But we'll see. Still, with 19 uncalled, and there were 10. I mean, they need what?
Well, it looks like McSally's going to lose, so that's good.
Right. Well, that's
What
that.
state's
that
Brian?
Kelly, and this is in Arizona.
I don't
know.
think that was any surprise. I mean, it's always
The
is.
Dems lead in the Senate right now, 41-40.
Yeah, one seat lead. Yeah,
Once, and they need
right.
more.
So with 19 to call. Okay.
right.
No problem.
But it doesn't look. They said that with North Carolina, they may have some opportunities, Biden, before this ends, but it would be really tough for him to pull out.
Who
North
said it?
Carolina.
Who said it would be really tough?
This is Steve Kornacki. He's good. He's good.
Oh no, Steve Kornacki. I would put. Yeah, he would be good.
Still possible. Texas looks like it's slipping. Gary Peacock said that it looks like it's going to go.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Well, Texas is no surprise. What did we say earlier? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania ball game.
Right.
Still there.
We're still there. I got that. You're correct about. We're still there.
You guys conceding Ohio then?
Yes, I would concede Ohio because it's like almost 4 points now, and like you said, he's only getting his Biden's only getting his votes from Toledo, Cuyahoga County, Columbus, and probably Sandusky or something, and that's it. I mean, that's it.
Now, what's pickable up? What do you got? Arizona and New Mexico in the West. That's about it, right?
Yeah,
should
Biden's
take
won New Mexico. He's won New Mexico.
Biden has already declared the. I mean, it's been
I
declared
have
in
him
New Mexico.
down. Yes, they've declared him
Okay.
the winner in New Mexico.
And Arizona's not in yet, right?
No, but no, they have him chosen to win. I think in Arizona. Yes.
Okay.
But that's one we're taking from them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, that's
And Nebraska, of course, I think they share one of the. He might get one congressional vote.
right.
Vote.
Well, they just got a bunch of cornholers.
North Carolina doesn't look good though, because already it's at 93%, and he's chasing.
93%. But
In.
does that include? Is that including absentee and in
They
person?
did do it first, I think, in North Carolina. I think they voted the early votes and all that. They had them ready, and they
Yeah.
did that.
Are they in?
Look,
Yeah, but what I'm
North
saying,
Carolina.
sometimes-
What does it say for North Carolina here?
North Carolina is they've been counting votes already.
I
Absentee
know
ballots.
that,
Yeah.
but there's a
So
difference.
that's why Biden was ahead early.
But there's a difference. Some states count them and then put them in. You know what I mean? They have them ready, but they don't put the totals in. They put the totals in after, like.
Oh, I see what
another
you're saying.
time.
You're saying they count them, but they wait till the end of the
Right,
evening.
because what happens is they report county totals, right? And so they get those in, and then they add. It means they know them, right? But we might, there's differences in states that way too. And I don't know which state, does it which way, which again can change, and it could be just in Trump's favor too. Don't get me wrong, but I just, in general, they
Trump
said-
is up big in Pennsylvania, but it's early. That's just early.
It's 40%, Brian.
Right.
I think 40% of the votes were in there.
And
But
you're
then
right.
they said in Pennsylvania they weren't going to count the
Correct.
mail-in ballots. They were just going to do today's ballots and any mail-in ballots that were actually hand carried today. So anything they receive today, they're going to count today,
now,
and everything
now,
else they're going to count tomorrow.
Brian,
Brian,
get those bag of votes out of your office and send them in, please. Let's get these.
but Brian,
Well, this is where the
you said-
chicanery will happen tomorrow. They'll do
No,
everything
well-
they can tomorrow.
But here's the good thing, Brian. It is a bad thing, but should work out to be a good thing. The where was it you were saying the votes?
Lindsey Graham's in.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I mean,
that.
big time in. I mean,
Sorry.
Harrison is like 16 points below him.
Yeah, well, I think that was wishful thinking on people's parts.
Certainly
Harrison,
was.
we forget the McConnells and the Lindsey Grahams. We look at them as nationally. Lindsey, sue me, Lindsey, you're gay and you've hid it in all that years. I don't hold anything against you being gay. I do hold it against you that you make laws that hurt people just like you, because you won't win in South Carolina if they think you're gay, and you are. Okay, he is. I'm not making that up. So the idea is, but we forget, or I forget, and I think many of us do, how much power you have when you're a state senator.
Yep.
It's
I don't know.
really hard. It's really hard to be an established state senator. It's
We can
very,
never-
very.
We can never underestimate the power of gerrymandering and money
You're exactly right.
in
I'll tell you the
politics.
one. I'll tell you there is one state race that would break my heart. It's too damn close, and that's the Senate race in Michigan. Peters, not that he's the greatest not that he's the greatest senator, but I think he's pretty good. And that's been too close to call from day one, because they said the Democrats could lose 2 seats. Doug Jones, they would probably lose in Alabama, and that's a given, because the gentleman
Yeah.
running against him in Alabama is not only a Republican, but he's an ex-Auburn football coach. And the only person that could beat Tuthill in Alabama is Saban, who's currently the Alabama coach. So that's just a given, right?
Because that's
And
a
everybody-
big. That's important for running the country. That's very important.
Well,
that skill set there.
Well, what are you going to say? It's more important to be empathetic? No, it's more important to. This Tuthill's been next to the Auburn cheerleaders. Have you ever seen how cute those damn Auburn cheerleaders are? That's a big no. Well, it's Alabama. Come on, I know my son and daughter-in-law and grandchildren are growing up there, except now they're in Australia. But it's still Alabama. So Doug Jones, what Doug Jones did, that was the worst candidate in maybe in history. A Republican Roy, I like him, Young Jones. No, he beat him, but anybody else he wouldn't beat. But Michigan is a key. Michigan, you know, Michigan is the key race to taking the Senate, I think. Because if you lose there, that's another loss. You got to pick up more seats. So we'll see. We'll see.
Brian, I'm
Anyway,
seeing here.
Biden's
Trump
up
is up.
192 to whatever. So
I'm just letting you guys
California
know I have to head off here. I have a hard stop at 11, so I'm very happy to be part of the discussion tonight. So I really hope I wake up tomorrow with better news than what
Well,
we're
we
seeing.
appreciate you being here again, Ryan. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
It's nice seeing
you
you,
want-
Ryan. Nice.
It was good
means,
seeing you, Ryan.
Brian.
Thank you. Every time you're welcome, man. You know that.
Yeah, just let me know when you want me back. All right, guys, I'll
Tomo-
talk to you another day.
Tomorrow, we'll be doing a special
Tomorrow?
Yeah, that
Okay.
means 12 midnight.
No, the Dave Price was wrong special.
Yeah.
The
Uh-oh.
Dave Price-
That's the kiss of death now.
What?
All right, I'm making the Facebook group. I'll invite you. All right,
Too
guys,
early
I'll
to
see you all
call
later.
Minnesota. See you, Ryan.
See you,
Take
Ryan.
care.
All right.
So what I'm reading here is Trump's up 55 to 42 in PA with around 43% reporting.
Does it say, Paul, whether it's, not county, does it say whether it's east or west? Because that makes a big difference, too.
No, I do not.
Yeah,
No.
and you wouldn't, that's one, But still early. Still got counting to do.
Yep.
Uh,
But we won't know. We'll go to sleep tonight, waiting on Hawaii, waiting on Alaska. Then
Well, Alaska will go red and Hawaii blue.
Yes.
Right?
Last
Yeah.
go red.
but you know what, George?
I
You
hate
had
that senator, Brian. That Lisa Murkowski. She's as bad as Susan
Murkowski, yeah,
Collins.
she's horrible. She's horrible.
So horrible.
they
How
are
she ate her own
twins.
vomit on that vote on the justice.
But
Ate
George,
up her own vomit.
George, sadly, you get the comment of the night. What does that say about America? That's
Right.
the comment. That's the comment of
That it's
tonight.
even close,
Right.
I was in Sweden in 2016.
Right. You went over on the
And-
student exchange, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
as soon as we got there, they asked me to come to this. You go straight to the school,
Right.
and I met my host teacher, and she's like, "Well, the kids are wanting to talk to you." And Trump had just won the election that year, and all they wanted to talk about was what happened to America.
Yeah. No, see, we look at it, and you're absolutely right. My son travels all over the world, literally. It used to be what's up with guns in America. Now the question is what's up with Trump, and we forget or take for granted or don't understand how much countries did look up to us. We know the flaws we have, but we don't. Now, a similar story. One of my best friends now, and she and my wife share the same birthday, the same age, is Gunilla Bjork, who was one of the original teachers to come over. And Gunilla's been here twice, and we've been over there, and the whole thing, right? And when Gunilla first came in, Paul, in Bridgeton, we used to have a thing called Saturday School, and it was a discipline type thing, but a lot for failure to attend and credit completion. And I taught it for 14 years. Because you know that Brian says I don't have anything to do on Saturday night. Well, I certainly didn't have anything to do on Saturday morning, and I would go in. And so when Gunilla was there, she wanted to get into school as much as she could. So Gunilla came with me. She got in like on a Friday, and so it was the next day. So it was her introduction to the Bridgeton school system. So I put all the kids around and said, "This is a special opportunity. You can ask any questions that you want." And George and Brian. And then now Paul Beaver says, they asked her, they said, have you ever seen a fight in school? She said, no. And they said, how many years have you been a teacher? And I think at that point it had been 20 some, right? So, they were just amazed, right? Because that was kind of Bridgeton, not bad kids, but they come from a lot from the streets and they fight, right? And, when you go to Sweden, it's a big difference. And we have people, Trump's people would say, Sweden, what the hell are they? Or they like the bikini team or something, right? But the Swedish look at us as something, right? As that blind, as that symbol. Trump's people, to use Brian's phrase tonight, he seems to be interested in peeing. Trump's people would literally piss on the Statue of Liberty. They have, not literally, but figuratively. But those people, when I say those people, that's the people that aren't here. Look at that, or they look at, they look at the White House. They look at these things the way we should look at them, right?
Reverend.
And they don't. So again, George, I wish I could say you were full of Trump doo-doo, but you're not. When you said, what does it say about America that we're even here this long with that man?
Well, on that subject, can I ask you guys,
Sure.
are we discounting this move rightward internationally? I mean, after all, it's not just, right?
No, you're right, Paul. You're right. It's happening everywhere. Like, George, you said earlier when you were stationed in Germany about Nazis, and that's true. Okay, but recently there's been a real resurgence. Of fascism.
This is international,
there.
folks. This is international.
And
Bannon was just in Europe for about 6 months. Bannon was traveling around Europe.
And there
ginning
you
up
are.
support.
There you are. So I'm trying to figure out, Paul, and I'm not smart enough to figure out why, but I know that what you just said is true. I mean, but what okay, here we can kind of explain it. But what explains it in other countries and why altogether? You know what I mean? You're right. So something is democracy failing? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Are we leading this rightward push, or we're just following it?
Yeah.
I mean,
And I'll tell you who's really enjoying tonight more than any of us is
Russia.
Mr. Putin. Exactly.
Putin is he ultimately the model figure on the right side that's leading the whole thing? He and Trump.
I think that certainly someday maybe we'll know. I would say with absolute certainty, if the truth could be known, that Trump has monetary interests tied up in Russia. It's been going on long before he ran for president. We don't have a Manchurian candidate kind of where, Putin groomed him to get in. He thought he had a compromised businessman, and that was pretty good. And when he found out he had a compromised president, and he found out, you notice the Russian bots weren't that big this time. Do you know why? They're still left over from 2016. He sowed enough hatred. I mean, you've seen the T-shirts. It used to be the saying was rather dead than red, and now rather Russian than a Democrat.
Right.
Really?
Listen, I want to interrupt and say there is some good news here from, I don't say good news, but the logic is right, from Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow. They said obviously it's going to come down to the key states again, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And the thing we have to remember that all three have Democratic governors.
Right.
And so they're not just going to give in to Trump. They have their own secretaries of state. And all those states, it's going to take at least either from Wednesday till Friday to make the decision.
Jeez.
So Trump can't force the cards there in those states because they are Democratic states, and that's important. Because if this had been Florida or Texas, you can forget about it. It would have been over. And now the other thing I want to say, this is my own comment, and I said this somewhat seriously on Divided We Stand, is that the city of Philadelphia could win this election.
You're
for
absolutely
Biden.
right, Brian.
There's just one city, and I don't want to sound pompous because I'm from the area, but Philadelphia could do it for the whole country.
Mm-hmm.
And those votes have not been in. And Pittsburgh. I mean, you need the help from everybody, but Philadelphia is the key. And like Kornacki just said, he said that they haven't counted many of those votes yet. And
Philadelphia is not in. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's very little of it. And
that's what I meant. Not
if you're going to take till Friday, let's say in Michigan. Now that'll be interesting too, because Governor Whitmer is not very
She's
well
despised.
liked by the right
Yeah.
wing. I mean, they're after her. You don't know what would happen between now and Friday, because they'll accuse
Right.
her of anything if Michigan wins, and then they
That's
will
true.
try to kill her. You know what I mean? So I think, Dave, that's good in terms of what you're thinking. Now, it's certainly not going to be over by 10 o'clock because it's already 11.
No, and
Okay.
you want to know something?
And that's
I
wishful
noticed a
thinking.
couple-
And you took the bait on that one.
No, I didn't take the bait on that one. Somebody, with the country feeling the way it did, somebody needed to go out on a limb. I still say Biden's going to win.
Right.
I never
And by the
believed
way,
it.
Trump is winning in Michigan handily right now.
Brian, would you quit saying that? The votes aren't
the truth.
in.
I know. Well, but I would rather Biden be up than Trump. That's all I can say.
Well, okay,
But you,
but it
you
doesn't.
think Michigan, if Biden should be able to walk on water in Michigan, just for the
But-
sheer fact that the auto workers make up
George,
about
absolutely.
40% of the employed, like 40% of the businesses in Michigan, somehow, some way, or if it's brakes, if it's plumbing, if it's piping,
I
if it's
understand.
the auto
George,
industry.
there's a lot of rural population in Michigan. It's a neighboring state here, and I can
Yeah.
tell you go up in the peninsula,
Right,
even
there- that's
north
true.
of Toledo, it's really rural, and they're Trump. They're Trumpsters.
I mean,
It's
George,
the-
you live
it's the
in
city of
South
Detroit
Jersey.
and all that, and Ann Arbor would be blue because of the the intellectual center.
Right.
But Grand Rapids is probably going to be Trump, and the extensive rural areas. So Michigan, to me, I can see Trump winning that one.
I'd hate to
But
say
I-
it because,
but
because
George-
the polls had him Trump way down the polls in Michigan.
See, I didn't know that, but again,
But-
I'm not an
but-
expert.
I don't
but-
say wait. Let's say 6 or 7 points.
It's conceivable that those votes that we don't know about, which are massive numbers, they're larger than ever before in history because of the pandemic. It
Right.
could go back that way, is what I'm saying. We don't know. We just don't know. And as I said 10 o'clock. I never believed it. You say, well, you're lying. No. Sometimes you have
Historically,
to-
do we go through swings like that, folks, in elections? Like, say, from 9 o'clock in the evening to
Oh, sure.
2 in the morning? Do we go through
You
big
know
swings
what?
like that?
You know what? I've been looking at how I feel about this election, and the first election I ever worked in was the 72 election, which was McGovern and Nixon. And even though we worked hard for McGovern, most of us kind of knew it was a pipe dream for him to win. We knew how bad Nixon was, and if you recall, he only won Massachusetts and the District of Columbia. That was it. McGovern won, and I remember being defeated. But I was a young kid. I was 18. A lot more on the table this time.
Yes.
A lot more on the table that time.
Should be scared,
But,
Sandy.
but
Sandy says
but-
she's scared. Should
of
be.
course. But remember, you know what defeated Nixon? What defeated Nixon?
Nixon.
True, but it was the Senate and the House.
Yeah,
Nixon
but those
knew,
senators, those Republican senators had a moral backbone.
and I agree, but we don't need Republican senators. There's none who have any currently. So that's why we need Democrats in the Senate. If you get if you get Trump and a Republican Senate again, if you do,
We're in trouble.
yeah, then we've really got to figure out, and I'm being serious. I'm not an advocate for civil war. I'm not, but I don't think I want to live in a country that's governed that way with those kinds of people. And I've said, like I said, I have a shirt on right now that says "Not my president." I said that in
Brian,
2016.
Fox News is giving Trump Florida. They're projecting because it's Fox.
Well, also that if, like I said,
I'm
that
getting
doesn't-
information from Twitter, by the way. Of course, I don't follow Fox.
No. Well, that wouldn't. I mean, that would. But again, that shouldn't surprise us. it would be nice. The reason there was so much emphasis, I think, on Texas and Florida, that was a death blow. If Trump lost any of them, it's game over completely.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think a lot of us were hopeful. I said earlier, before you came on, Paul, I thought there was a much better chance of of Biden winning Texas than there was Biden winning Florida. And it appears we don't know what he's going to do in Texas. And I wasn't sure he would win either one. But again, and I'm not speaking to you, gentlemen, I'm speaking to anybody who's listening. It's not because I said it 4 days after the last election, just because it is true. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Remember, some races come down to that, and that's what this has been if Biden weren't the candidate. Now, what you said, George, I think still is in play. I was not a Biden supporter. I wanted Elizabeth Warren to win. I thought she was the candidate who best spoke for me and America. She would have had the problem of being a woman. I don't know that she could have beaten Donald Trump.
I supported Elizabeth Warren too.
Yeah, but once she did, I said all along, I had a shirt, not because she wears a shirt, anybody but Trump. Now I threw that away because we had somebody, we had Joe Biden, but I would have gone with that.
You told me you gave that shirt to Stormy.
I'm afraid that's over. What we're talking about, George, I have to fill you in. This is true. The only thing that Donald Trump and I share in common, the only thing that we share in common is the fact that we have both seen Stormy Daniels the way my grandpappy Walter Lee Price would have said, the way God brought her into the world. And basically, now that I see up close, for the first time in my life, I was
at Bridgeton.
I was completely flummoxed because I've got a naked Stormy Daniels sitting on my lap, and I don't know what to tell her, right? And I just said, I love you. I mean, I thought that was appropriate, right? No, actually, I was trying to get an interview. I thought maybe I had her compromised, and she laughed. I said, I ain't giving you no interview. And that was the end of it. But it is a true story, that part. And I do have a shirt that, Paul's right, I have a shirt that says Stormy 2020. And I'll even go on record that when Donald Trump goes down, Stormy Daniels should get should get a little bit of the credit for it. Just a little bit. Okay. What can I tell you?
It's too fucking sick.
It's not. It's true. What am I supposed to do? Ask Judy. She'll tell you. Although she did make me watch. That's not. We won't go there. Never mind.
Can you write this guy up, George? Is he too old to be written up?
It's too late.
Could you imagine him writing a kid up for being foul?
I never did that.
Well, you better have not have.
Look, I'm not saying I'm all that, but I did remember with Mr. Marshall as principal, I did do an interview for a job using 2 sock puppets. And the sad thing is I got the job. Yeah.
Well, Gary Peacock says that there is a route to victory. He thinks if you get Michigan, Wisconsin, and that one vote in Nebraska and Arizona, he can get 271.
Gary, you're absolutely right.
I don't see right now, but I don't see he's losing. Again, I know what you're going to say, but he's losing in both those states right now. And until you're winning, you're losing.
Jesus, God Almighty! Did you ever coach a sport, Brian?
Yes, I did.
Are you scratching your back on air? Jesus, God! What's next?
It itches. What can I tell you?
All right.
Hey guys, I'm reading Twitter, right? This is a quote from Lindsey Graham after winning. He says, "To all of the pollsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing. And to all of the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics." What an asshole.
Yes, he is.
What an asshole.
Use my words against me.
Oh, yeah, right? Well, look.
But in this day and age, you know what? I'm a little flummoxed because I remember as a early airman in the Air Force, I came in during Reagan in '86, and I voted for the first Bush.
Mhm.
That was the first time I ever voted for a Republican, and then I voted for his son the second time, only because we were knee deep in war, and
Right. No, you have to justify it. I mean, yeah, right.
and so, but at that time, that window, I always looked at the Republicans as the know-it-alls, the people who looked down their nose at people and said, "This is the way you're supposed to do things." They're the ones who impeached Clinton. Certain things you just don't do. You don't say things. You're supposed to. They were remember the moral majority.
Oh yeah. Well, that's
They held people to a higher standard. But at the same time, now those same individuals, they're still in office, but now they're like, okay, do what I say, but don't do what I do. Don't hold me accountable to my actions.
well, it's pure unadulterated power. It hasn't gone to their head; they just have it. You know what I mean, George? I mean, really.
Mhm.
It's one thing to talk about what you'll do, and then you get it, and then you try to do it, and then suddenly, right, no longer are you the outsider, you're the insider, and then it gets so easy. So yes, was Mr. Harrison a much better candidate than Lindsey Graham? Of course. I don't even think his African American heritage hurt him as much as Lindsey's just a good old boy from South Carolina. But you know what? If Lindsey's not the head of the Judiciary Committee, and Mitch McConnell is not the Senate Majority Leader, they don't have any power. So again, the key thing is the other races. You know what I mean? That's really what it is. It's really what it comes down to. And so far, we're one up, right? Arizona that's the one.
We need to have 51 senators.
You're right.
Regardless of
Arizona just went to Biden, according to
Arizona. Okay, we kind of had that. Yeah, okay.
Trump now needs to win 2 out of 3 from Michigan, Wisconsin, and PA.
Correct, because he won Arizona. Right, that was, and yeah, I'm still not going to waffle. Joe Biden's still going to be the president, but Arizona is good because each state that we turn, we being liberals, not we being Democrats, or if you want to say Democrats do it, that's fine. I don't think this is one of those going to flip flop back and forth kinds of things. It's sort of like Virginia. Virginia was really red, a little bit purple, and then blue, right? And I think Arizona is going to be like that. Of course, that it doesn't help if Donald Trump is president.
Did Hillary win Colorado last time?
Colorado?
Did it go to Hillary? Yeah, we went since Obama, right?
Yeah. And see, of course, Colorado is an interesting state. Again, you shouldn't stereotype, so I'm going to stereotype. Colorado has always been kind of a free spirit state, but a free spirit in terms of communes, a lot of Californians out there. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like Montana with culture, right? It's beautiful. And so that doesn't surprise me, that much. Okay, so we're saying we won't know Michigan. We might not know Pennsylvania. We won't know Wisconsin tonight. But we should get the call in Florida and Texas.
Well, Matt was saying right now, first of all, they had Chris Hayes on. He didn't sound too positive. He was talking about how the uneducated people in the country are moving, they're still staying to the right for whatever reason. And they're saying that it looks like it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. There's new data showing it's all going to come down to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that one saying you was trying to say about what Johnson said about white people. He said,
right,
make the lowest white person believe that they're better than black people, and they'll say, "Well, I might be a poor white person, but at least I'm not black."
Right.
You're right. And I'll tell you
You
what
know?
is scary. And I really don't think, and George, I would defer to you. Paul, you don't know me that well, Brian. I really don't think I lord my education over people. I still value common sense a lot more than I value my education. And George, you were speaking about, your family members, and that's how I look at my father. He joked, and it wasn't really a joke. He said, I spent 3 of my best years in school in 8th grade, and then I dropped out. But basically all the brothers, there were 17 of them, and all the brothers dropped out to raise 20. So he never even got to high school. He was just, he didn't have to in those days. Now you do. But really, there's not only is it against race, and that's there. I'm not saying that. Certainly that's huge. But I think, and it'd be interesting what you gentlemen think too. I think there's also this anti-intellectualism for people who could go to college. They really can. I mean, back in the day, way back in the day, you couldn't go. But there have been people that went to Cumberland County College, and Paul, that's a 2-year school. Well, now it's different, but it was them who went on to Harvard. Only 2, but 2 did, right? So, but I think that also plays in. And if you look at these states, look at the number of highly educated versus lowly educated, and that also ties into rural. It also it ties into a lot of things. But even more that it gets that double whammy of if you have a college degree and you live on the East or West Coast, then you're automatically an elite, and that's not true. But that's how they look at it.
Dave,
Looks like you guys probably noticed Kelly has defeated McSally for the U.S. Senate seat in Arizona,
and that's good. I mean, again, I'm saying that was a key.
That's great news.
I thought it would happen. So that, like I said, the one I'm looking at, I thought he would win. I thought Jones would lose, but Peters is the one that is kind of key. I mean, you could still take the Senate without Peters, but that's kind of, falling into that line. So that's the race I was looking at the most. And anything in Georgia yet?
He's losing. Trump's winning in Georgia right now.
No. The Senate races there, especially
Ossoff was losing.
It shouldn't surprise us. Again, Georgia only counts when Atlanta's done. Okay, there's no sense in looking at Georgia until Atlanta's done. And if Atlanta's not in, it would be like Philadelphia not being in Pennsylvania.
Nunes is losing in California.
All right.
That's it by a lot or just a little?
Slightly.
The popular vote has changed. Now Biden is up by over 1 million. So
he's got to finish up on that.
Here's
Otherwise, it's a lie.
Here's the scary part of that. That's completely meaningless.
Right.
And yet, it does mean something, right?
To Trump, it does.
It means something to everybody. It just doesn't because it doesn't. It's not the way we do it. We're not a democracy. We're a republic, and the Electoral College is part of the reason we're a republic and not a democracy. We say we are. It's not like we're lying, but a democracy, a true democracy, is a one-on-one vote, right? One person, one vote, equal. It's not that way in the United States.
Okay, let's look at Ohio here. I could actually show you these things. Let me just do this for a second, guys.
Well, whatever. I mean, I'm fine.
I mean, it's worth looking at. I mean,
can you blow it up a little bit there?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that so you can see it,
Good.
and I'll bring it down. Let's go to Ohio real quick.
Oh, good.
Just
so we can't see jack shit now.
Hold on, you'll see it. You'll see it. You gotta have
I won't.
patience.
Good
Okay.
Lord.
Okay, look this up. Okay, there you go in Ohio. Now that's pretty tough, Dave. I mean,
I never called Ohio.
I'm not saying. I just you had more faith that 94 in. There's no way he's going to make that up.
Good old
He's down by 500,000 votes.
I never said Ohio.
I know. I'm just saying. We've been nice. Okay.
Let's give a shout out to Toledo here.
Yeah, that's true. Toledo will come through. I mean, they'll come through for the city. I mean, look at that. Columbus, Toledo, Dayton, Cincinnati. Actually surprised. There's still a lot of Republicans
So
there.
gerrymandered, though, Brian. So gerrymandered.
Yeah. Now let's.
Well-
What other states should we look at here? How about Wisconsin? Why not? I know
Yeah,
that.
sure. Why not?
Okay.
Keep it with do Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania
Right. All right.
in any
so,
order you want to do them.
Let's see what we got here. So there you go. Trump is in the lead by, wow, I mean, that's 5 points right there. And he's up by, what? Actually, not too many votes, though. That's only 100,000 votes, right?
What? Yeah.
And even though it's a big percentage, that means a lot of votes aren't in, I guess.
Brian, I don't want to kill the horse.
64%. Yeah, it could still switch. Okay, I got with that.
No,
Milwaukee,
I'm just
we
saying-
haven't seen.
It's not only that. Are they saying 64% of the total vote? Or are they saying 64% of the precincts reporting? Because there's a big difference between the two.
I don't know. I
Especially
don't
this
want to say.
election.
I don't want to say. I don't know.
And I don't know either. So I mean, but
Okay.
I'm just
Now let's check out Pennsylvania as of now,
right.
because it's all gonna again. It's like MSNBC is usually right on Kornacki. It's going to be
Well,
Pennsylvania, but let's just look.
They said Biden took New Mexico.
Yeah,
Good.
he's got New
I mean,
Mexico.
and that was. I mean, that's not unexpected, but it wasn't a guarantee. So that's good.
So
Now
this
we
is
just need to take
early.
Nevada.
This is with 50% in, so that's nothing. You just kind of hope that these are the red votes first, you know. I mean, and it's the Libertarian Party is not really going to hurt a Democrat. It could hurt a Republican just as much, you know. So, so the third.
Well,
party
they're really, and Paul, we talked about this quite a bit on shows we've done together. This is the year when there really was no viable third party, let alone a viable third party candidate. This is the first election I remember in a long time where I can't name a Libertarian or a Green Party. I mean, nobody's name emerged, not because I didn't want them to. There was nobody out there. I mean, one point, Jesse Ventura was playing with some names, but no Ralph Nader. Even Jill Stein was somewhat of a name, last time.
No, your point is valid.
Yeah. So this one. So when I
It's
say
just Trump's
I don't
calling Texas and telling Abbott, make sure I win that state, or else.
Okay. Well.
Let me see. Texas. Well, now you got Trump up by what, 500,000 votes, and how much is in?
See, but you got to know.
76.
We know there's 127,000 votes that are in Houston.
Right.
That we know are in that contested part. So if he gets, if you get quick math, what's that? 80,000 roughly. That's 160,000 votes should be for Trump. I mean for Biden, but we don't know. We don't know.
Well, either way, we can't bank on Texas, so it doesn't matter.
Never did.
So
Great.
I think the problem tonight is we're not going to know anything with the three states that are going to matter the most. So we could sit here till Friday and it wouldn't matter until Friday.
You're right.
But again, the good thing is you have Democratic governors there, and that's.
Well, let me go around and ask a question. Does the fact that we don't know surprise you, Paul?
I guess not.
No. Brian, does it surprise you?
Well,
Not what you wanted, not what you
Well,
hoped for.
you know what? I'll say this. It normally wouldn't, but you actually convinced me that I felt that, by 10 o'clock we were going to have a win. And then all of a
Why
sudden.
the hell would you listen to me?
I don't know. God, it's been
No.
tough.
What I said was, I said that still believing, as I sit here, that Joe Biden will be our next president.
Right,
But
but
it
you
was
felt
go- it-
Carvel. You were happy with Carvel.
No. What I felt was, let's throw some optimism out there since everybody's woe be gone. It doesn't matter whether we know today, tomorrow, or 6 months from now if Joe Biden is the president. Right?
You're
It
right.
doesn't
You're
matter
right.
as long as he's the president. George, does it surprise you that we don't know at this point, or is it something you expect?
I didn't think it would be done today.
Yeah.
Uh,
And so, yeah.
just because we go back to what happened with Florida, we had to go all the way to the Supreme Court, and just for the sheer fact that Trump was so adamant about I have to have the courts. See that this was we've been playing checkers, and they've been playing chess.
No argument there. The only
From the
thing I
day
would
Obama
say,
in 2008 when Obama won, they went ahead and set the chessboard up. The
Well,
gerrymandering started moving pieces
I'm going to agree
around.
with you, but I'm going to take it back. It goes back 40 years, even a little bit before the Tea Party, but that's really who did it. If you look, and I'm not making this up, if you look at Judge Brian's favorite there, Judge Amy, she's been on track to be a Supreme Court justice since she was in Notre Dame Law School. Not by her choice, but she was selected.
She's being groomed.
Groomed. There you are. And they had 30 or 40 young people, right? Knowing that some would fall by the wayside. And that's what we're saying. Kavanaugh, look at Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Judge Amy were all attorneys working on Bush's side in Bush v. Gore. So they've been groomed. They've been there. So yeah. And look, I'm not going to fault President Barack Obama. Barack Obama did what he needed to do for America. And so what did he do? He needed to get elected and he needed to get reelected, right? And he did both. It now says that a black person can be president of the United States and they can get reelected. Now, there's some people who are kind of blaming him for the backlash, and that's complete bullshit, okay? He didn't do that. Trump brought that on. The only thing that I wonder if he would do differently now would be to fight harder for Merrick Garland, his appointee. Now, here's one we heard today, and Brian, this will make you sleep well tonight. There's big talk in Washington, D.C., and remember, big talk in Washington, D.C. doesn't translate into that Clarence Thomas will give his resignation, and that would give Trump another appointment. Now, people say, well, what difference does it make? Because Clarence Trump is a useless conservative anyway, but he's an old useless conservative.
No, it makes
So
a
if he gets
difference if he gives up during a Democratic.
Correct, and that's
Right.
what the thought is. Now that's going to happen if Trump gets to be president. It doesn't matter. This was predicated on the idea that Biden would be president, Thomas would resign. So rather than
And balance it out.
and rather than give another one to a Democrat, even though, because Thomas is not going to leave his seat if there's he will die in the Supreme Court's chair if there's a Democratic president, right? I mean, but this idea was, so, again, a lot hinges on, obviously a lot of things hinge, but I think the biggest thing will be the Supreme Court.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, Dave. Getting back to your question about, we're surprised, and I told you how,
Right.
I wouldn't have been. But you know what bothers me actually what you said.
Right.
When you said I want to come about it from like just a rational, common sense, emotional response. Why was there? Why is it the way it is with racism in this country? And
Right.
dumb white people. I mean, this sounds very racist, but dumb white people are really disappointing people. They are destroying this planet, whether it's in Russia or here. And I've seen it, and I even as a kid, I've always felt it. Maybe because I grew up in a Jewish family or something. I just always felt that there's really something wrong with these people, And it's very stereotypical to say, okay, well, this guy's in a pickup truck, or even the people I know where I work, I can pick it out, and there's just something so disappointing. I can't explain. You can go over so many different things, but the bottom line is, why are people so stupid? I mean, and I know I'm right. I mean, they can point and say, well, you think you're right and we think we're right, but 2 + 2 = 4, and that's just the simple logic of it. And these people are extremely disappointing human beings.
Do you think there are more stupid white people today than there were before?
I don't know. Like I say, my experience. I told you about Russia. It's the same thing there. It's like you have like the academic people. They're really, for the most part, decent people. Your engineers and all. And then you have this just group of like Putin supporters, and they're the same damn way. They're like they just behave.
Yes. You know what our founding fathers wanted actually? They wanted only the educated to vote.
Well, no, but think of it. Even if we, let's suppose he gets 271. I think George alluded to this, but even if he wins, if Biden wins, it's so disappointing to see. Like, even George, I don't know if you know it, but on Friday there were some Trumpers that were in pickup trucks at the water park. And then they're riding their shit through the parking lot, And the first thing I said is why didn't the police show up there? I mean, first of all, you've no business even disturbing the animals if you're gonna, honk your horn and start going around. Why are you over there? You're certainly not gonna be jumping in the water.
They did the same thing on Route 80 in North Jersey. They shut down the highway, again, it's like I'm probably gonna turn Facebook off for like 30 days after tomorrow. Win, lose, or draw, just to give me. I got other things more important to worry about, but
correct.
The thing about it is, if Trump wins again, it tells me as a black man in America that there are more people in America that will tolerate ignorance over, like I've said in my Facebook the other, I posted it, science over fiction, and fiction, it seems like fiction is winning. It's like this is like a movie that the bad guy is, how the bad guy tells you how he's going to kill James, but he tells James Bond, this is the plan.
I'm going to do it right.
This is how I'm gonna do it, and then now that you know what my plan is, I'm gonna kill you. And then James Bond goes, he foils it because like literally we know the plan. They've told us the plan when Clinton was in office.
Correct.
We're going to take over we're going to take over the courts, and which they've done. And one of my disappointments of one of my buddies, he was like, well, Obama left all these empty judge seats.
No, he didn't.
Empty judge seats. They weren't given to him. You can appoint as many judges as you want, but if the Senate doesn't floor it, like what about all these bills that McConnell won't even let come on the floor?
I think what it's up to now, Paul, do you remember? I think it's 231.
I've got an unstable motherboard here. I may have to restart and come back here.
Okay, but
remember the
we
first
got a frozen. We have a frozen screen with Paul right now.
No, it's my computer. I've got this motherboard that's going bad.
They had that one judge that went up, and
I'm going to shut off and come back on.
All right. And they were bringing him as a judge, and they said, "Have you ever had trial?" No. Have you ever been in? No. He passed the bar. Passed the bar the third time. But he was a Trump supporter, and Trump put him in for a federal judgeship. Luckily, he didn't get it, but this dude was so unqualified, and I can't think of the name of the organization that rates lawyers and judges.
Right, I know what you mean. Yeah, I can't.
And he was one of the worst in the country, but he gave $1 million to the Trump Foundation, and he got put in for a judgeship. Him and his wife.
George, I'm going to tell you something you may not like, and you may not agree with it, but I think it's true. Anybody who in America today who was white and voted for Donald Trump is a racist. It's no more this idea racism doesn't break your deal. It's no more of this I want, a Supreme Court justice. It's no more of he's going to protect my 401k. There's no more of this he's going to take. No. You, sir, you, madam, are a racist. Now,
I hate to say it like that, but
it's true, George. No, I know. I mean, you're a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's a wonderful quality. I don't have to be.
I can't say that because, and people talk about reverse racism.
I'm not asking you to say it. I'm just saying that's what I say.
Because I know some. Well, I know some Trump supporters who say it's the best thing for the country, our economy. I'm like, yo, dude, he must never drove through Newark, New Jersey, because the economy is not booming in northern New Jersey.
No, well, that's why I get to the heart of it. I mean, I don't understand tonight. Like I said, I'm never going to shoot anything for Brian again. I've shot about 2 hours of film for him. He's never used a penny, and I don't mean.
That's right. We still have those videos.
No, just hold him. That's not tonight for him either. There's a time for that. But what I was going to say was, yeah, but like you said, George, the economy isn't booming, so they can't. They are, and it might not even be black racism. It may be Muslim. It may be the anti-intellectual. You know what I mean? But down in their hearts, the core is hatred of some group
or something.
Of something. You're right. Or the fear. You said it before, and they're one and the same. Fear usually untreated turns into hate. Hate leads to fear. So I think the question is tonight, whoever we get as president, it appears, definitely from the vote, you can make one thing: we're still a divided country. Not any less divided than we were 4 years ago. Not necessarily any more either, right? But not any less. So what happens?
So we know for a fact, without a doubt, that if Donald Trump wins, you talk about somebody gloating and peacocking.
No argument.
So if Donald Trump wins, we're not only going to be divided, we're going to be separated.
Correct.
The division comes from within. You divide two things, it splits down the middle. But if he wins again, he's really going to be like, I can do whatever I want to do. Matter of fact, he's going to be even more emboldened because
absolutely,
I don't have to be reelected. Once he gets reelected, he's like, all right, these next 3.5 years, he might even take a piss in front of the Rose Garden, doing it, just pick his,
you're absolutely right. And what's scary about what you said is, I don't even think he tempered his behavior in his first term, looking toward, a president sometimes will hold back a couple things until they do. So yeah, he's going to be Donald Trump on steroids. That's one factor. The only other thing that changes that, if Donald Trump's the president, as I say, and a Democratic Senate, but if he gets both. But I'm just as concerned about what it says to his supporters.
Oh yeah, I don't care what they say.
I don't care what they say about me on Facebook. I really don't, or whatever. I mean, I can battle them, but I worry about every minority in America. Every single minority in America. And I say that tonight to anyone who's listening. The two people are still up besides us. I say that as a man who's experienced white privilege for 68 damn years. I mean, I didn't. All it was my mom and dad got together, and I love my mom and dad, so I'm not denigrating them in any way. But one of my dad's sperm fertilized one of my mom's eggs. I come out, listen to this. You talk about the triple trifecta. I'm white, middle class, Anglo-Saxon Protestant,
And you've got a pension.
A pension, Paul. No, all those things, Paul. No, absolutely.
And health care.
But here's the thing. I'm no better than anyone else. The only thing that makes me better than some people is my education. I don't mean that, but that's something, I didn't work for that either. Because guess what? I was white. Everything in it, it comes back to that. But if I can see it, and Lord knows I have an ego, and Lord knows I have all that stuff that other people have sometimes. Why can't others? Well, they don't, and I understand that. But it comes back for me tonight, if I'm going to be really fearful for anybody and kicking myself that I didn't do everything I could, I still think we have kids in goddamn cages.
Really bad news.
What?
Van Drew looks like he's going to win. He's up by 4% with 69% reporting.
Not bad news, Brian. Bad for you, not unexpected. You live in a Republican stronghold. You live in a Republican stronghold. Brian, the Republicans, I mean, they don't have morals. I'm not saying the Christian morals, all that. Politically, they don't have morals. Van Drew is better with them, and he won. But his win is meaningless other than you, Brian. I don't mean you, the person. I'm saying anybody who wanted Amy Kennedy, anybody who didn't want Van Drew because he's a duplicitous son of a bitch, right? Again, I'm not, the Democrats aren't going to lose the House. I mean, that was never an issue. And the margin doesn't help you in the House. The margin helps you in the Senate, right? But it doesn't help you in the House. So, Brian, I understand how you feel because you had a lot vested in that race.
Right.
But and
she's clearly the better candidate,
Well, can I ask you something, Paul? In any of those books, and they're really cool that you have, is there any story in there where a orange-titted man takes over America and comes? Is that him? Yeah.
That's the back cover. Isn't that nice?
Yeah. You're really not helping me tonight because I love your science fiction collection. I'm not one of those their mom birthed their comic books. I did leave my own behind, but I should have kept them. While we're waiting,
stuff came in today, so I'm just looking at it.
George, I have a question because you're still in Bridgeton, and that'll always be in my heart. I always think of young people. I mean, it's what teachers do, right? I mean, when you're in or retired, how do you think the young black students that if Trump wins, not what is their reaction? You know what I mean? Initially. But I'm saying, and we know what message it sends to them, but they're young and resilient. But what do you see them really giving up, or which I could understand, or do you say, sometimes with adversity, you just say, and we were talking about, with your family, the generation which I admire so much, and it wasn't just black. I mean, it was Jewish and a few whites, but down there, so it wasn't all. But the majority of it, you have to give credit to Black Americans for doing it. What do you think? I mean, I can see how easy it would be to give up. I hope they don't. But what's your thoughts on it?
Well, looking at my two youngest children graduated from Bridgeton.
Right.
And my son's in the Air Force now. Right. My daughter's a USC student. And my other two children, they're military also. But we have I'll just look at the class of 2019.
Okay, that would be fine. Yeah.
All right. So when we had the two rallies after George Floyd's murder in Bridgeton, the two in Millville and the
right.
one in, the forefront of the whole thing for me was those 2019 graduates. And those 2019 graduates were my students when the Parkland school massacre happened.
Right.
And they were affected just as much as the kids in Florida who were in that event. That generation, if we could go 20 years in the future, maybe 10 years in the future, I mean, I say 20 years in the future, they're going to be the leaders.
Oh,
That are going to be running the mayors. They're going to be the senators. They're going to be the people running the country. I think that generation, this generation, is going to benefit from this chaos because they're going. It's like your generation observed that your elders going through the civil rights. You were born in 52. My mom was born in 50, and
right.
she got to go to Washington to see King speak, but she got to see
Right.
King speak one time. So that shed light on me.
Right.
So this generation seeing, and unfortunately, it goes one or two ways. They're going to be, I don't want to say revolutionized, but
Well,
the
no,
division-
I think that's an accurate word.
yeah, the division that has been put into the black community from the black community, we're aware of it. After the 60s and the 70s, after Reverend Jackson fell back into the background,
Right.
and Al Sharpton came to the forefront, there was a void
Correct.
of leadership,
Correct.
of quality leadership. And I feel, Al Sharpton has his good points, but he was a little bit of a.
And the other thing is, I mean, not to cut you off, and I just did that, but what I'm saying is, I think there was a drop off. I think Jesse Jackson did a lot of good, and I'm not saying he wasn't a king, but there was, following Martin Luther King. Wow, right? How do you do that? And Jesse did as good as he can. And Reverend Al makes great points, but as an outside observer, sometimes it's not him, it's the way people react to him. Do you know what I mean? A lot too. And I'm saying black people, I mean, I can't speak for them, but I know, it's just like, and I'm glad you said what you did, not because you agree with me, but I think the problem becomes, and now I'm going to play the role of the pessimist, which I never play on this show. I just really hope there's an America for them to save and make better. Okay. You know what I mean? There will be, but what will that America be?
And for my generation, there's a couple senators and congressmen that I'm really disappointed in. Like, I really, really thought during the presidential debate in 2016, I thought Ted Cruz was going to be the guy in the Senate that held his hand against Trump's shoulder.
I know.
And, I thought he was going to hold him back. I thought, what's the knucklehead in Florida? Rubio. I thought he was going to be one.
Yep.
It said, nope, you can't do that. You can't do that. I thought those people who went against him, like the dude Kucinich in Ohio, who constantly spoke out against him. I thought Ted Cruz and I thought Rubio.
I would agree with you.
They would speak out against him, but they put their tail between their legs and ran away.
You know what, too? And Paul, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this. Till my dying day, and may that not come for a long time, I really don't get this. And what I don't get, it ties in with what you said, George. I understand kowtowing to a president who has some party backing. You disagree with him. Trump came in with nothing other than the victory, right? Now, I'm not saying that was, but he had no backing from any Republicans coming in. So did they have a meeting and say, look, he'll give us what we want if we don't go after him, meaning the judgeships? And I don't get this power. I get the power of the presidency, but that's always kind of been, if we mess with him, the party won't have anything to do. You know what I mean? And this is just that. Paul, do you have any idea why the Republicans who were elected, I'm not saying the people who voted them, I used to think it was because what they thought was, well, we'll keep the Republicans. We got these new Trump people, we'll control him. but now I don't think they ever really. I don't know. I don't think they ever really. Well, they certainly didn't control him.
Well, he's a loose cannon, so I think they recognize that. But he espouses, I think, everything that's low in the Republican Party, and boy, they all marched in the end right behind him, didn't they? They all fell right behind him.
And I guess maybe this. You were talking earlier about people, disappointing you, George. I mean, in terms of elected officials, and let me try to say, what worries me more than anything, I don't care if Trump's close. That's disappointing, like Brian said and all that. What does worry me if he wins is that's now a road to victory, acting like Donald Trump, right?
I don't think there'll ever be another Donald Trump, but there will be some mimics.
And that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, like, okay, again, we have to see how many senators fall, right? And a lot of them weren't up. But certainly, again, I'm not surprised. I wanted Mr. Harrison to win. I think he was a great candidate, but I'm not surprised Lindsey's back. I was looking for some other, places. I never thought that Senate seat would go to Democrats. But we already see what Lindsey said, right? His remarks, right? And that's what kind of worries me is not only will it be Trump on steroids, like you were pointing out, George, the unlimited bully, but the Republicans have said, yeah, I can back this bozo and still keep my seat. And do they go so far as to think I have to be that way, right, to keep that seat? I don't know.
Well, there's a couple young congressmen. I don't know so much, and again, I wouldn't say so much the senators, but there's a bunch of young congressmen that Trump has surrounded himself with, and a guy out of Florida, a couple guys out of Florida.
Oh, right, yeah, Gaines and Nunes and those guys, right?
Yeah, so he surrounded himself with those sycophants, and that's that group of young white men that feel as though they've been they feel like they're being persecuted, and it's crazy how they feel as though they're against white people, they're against white men, and it's not to pick on the dead, but even when Mr. Lewis was alive, there were some white men in Congress who felt as though he was their enemy. And here it is, he's a civil rights hero. He's doing an honorable fight, the good fight, and they're like, he's no example. He wasn't an example for the young congressman coming in.
Yeah, well, because they weren't good people. I mean, you couldn't be against John Lewis and be a good person. It's just that simple. Okay, it's just that simple. And people hope. I think it can be done. Like people say, well, why can't all Americans be like Judge Scalia and Judge Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Well, that's a 9-person group, right? And George, you were. I never was. You were in the military, and you get pretty close to the guys you're with, right?
Absolutely.
Whether and you might overlook the fact, that this guy has this problem or that woman, and it's kind of the same thing in the Supreme Court, and they did share some things, but they're two people, and then they did a big article in the Washington Post, which I didn't know this, that their families gathered together, right? So had every celebration, whether it was Jewish or Christian Catholic, together, or not every, but most of them. Well, again, that's one family. I don't see Americans doing that. Like you said, George, I don't see them crossing the lines. You know what I mean? We just have these pure white states. Paul, you said very on point. Not that I'm judging you. These divisions that are there. You look tonight at rural versus urban. That's a key one. White versus black is a key one. immigrant versus people who think, come on. There's no people that didn't come from immigrants, right? I mean, except the Native Americans, and we took care of them with smallpox blankets. And I've argued this, and it's a terrible argument. Now, who's the lowest? But I still think, well, black men and women have been done a tremendous disservice for 401 years in America. If it were a vote count, I mean, the Native Americans have been done even a greater disservice. And you could argue either way, because African Americans were brought here, but the Native Americans were here and destroyed. So I can say go, but it doesn't matter at that point. And then we've got these white. I talk. I mean, they're my skinned, as we would say, but they're just they're just hate-filled, fear-filled. Whatever.
Can I share this tweet here?
Sure.
So here's the dark winter that we face. We've got enormous unemployment programs for millions ready to expire. We've got protections for renters and student borrowers ending. We've got the ACA at the Supreme Court. It's going to be addressed. We've got the government shutdown on December 11th. That's still ahead. We've got 30% of restaurants and 66% of hotels facing closure.
Correct.
And we've got 1 million travel jobs at risk. This is according to Washington Post.
And all those statistics are
We
real.
indeed do.
No kidding. And the question becomes, gentlemen.
That's the American people suffering even more, Dave.
Yeah. And I thought, look, he's not a godsend, Joe Biden. But for all those problems, I'd much rather have him as president than I would Donald Trump.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So my argument with Donald Trump is twofold. One is he's morally deficient, okay, on the one
Big
hand.
time.
But he's also
Philip McCann.
politically deficient on the other hand. And maybe they're like this, maybe they're interwoven. But, George, just an aside while Brian does whatever he's doing. And notice how nicely Paul got up to go to the bathroom, not like Brian does. But
Paul's going to get his cat. I'm
That's what
just
they call-
checking the results so we can
that's what-
report.
that's what
Virginia.
that's what-
Biden did win Virginia. That was expected, and that's good.
Yeah, no, it is, it just really is disappointing, George, because I don't like being a white person tonight necessarily. I really don't. And I'd like to, I'd like to be able to look at my race. And if you look at it, all right, it wasn't black Americans. Some places, maybe Florida, Latinos helped Trump. But all the places Trump's winning, it's white people. And when I say they're my people, they're just my skin color. But I don't like that. I really don't.
They're not
And-
us, Dave.
What?
They're
They're
not
not
us.
us.
They're not us.
They're
I
not
know
us.
that. I got that. I understand that. But it's still the fact, it's sort of like if I like somebody or I think they should do, like, I don't get disappointed in politicians that much because they are who they are, with the exception of Trump and a couple others. But I do get disappointed how it's so damn obvious what we've done to minorities in this country.
And they're electing Joni Ernst again, the biggest liar in the world.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a surprise. That
What
was
state
open.
that one from, Brian?
Iowa.
Well, they didn't say that she's won yet, but she's up by 4 percentage point, 82% in. She'll win.
Well, the closest was saying that Arizona was called too early.
Yeah, they didn't. They say it's up for grabs now. Arizona, it's not
What is?
in. They
What's not
originally
in?
said that he would win, projected to win Arizona, but they're not sure about it now. Biden.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, maybe this is a lot worse. No, I don't know. We're
Oh, by the
still
way,
at-
Dave, Brian Williams just talked with Carville and said, James,
You were
you
wrong.
said earlier that you were, he said, listen, put away the razor blades. We're still going to be fine. The information looks good. We're still going to be okay. Don't worry,
This is
we're
what
going to
Dave's
be
saying.
okay. I don't, but he's not quite like he was, and look, I did, like I said, we all want the right thing to happen, but
But Brian, I think
It's
a
just
lot
the
of,
same feel as 4 years ago.
no,
It's like
it's worse.
just
It's worse.
we were chasing
It's worse.
and chasing. It's
wor-
like a basketball
No,
game. You
I
know,
know.
George, you're a basketball coach. You know, you're down by 12 and you're trying to get closer, and there's 2 minutes left, and you just can't make up the points. You know.
And Brian, I think honestly, if Trump wins, I mean, it is not obviously it's worse, but I think it's far worse because I can actually understand why people voted for Trump in
Over
2016.
Hillary.
I wouldn't have done it, okay, but I can see why. But I have to go on record as just saying to anyone in America, I don't understand how any person could vote for Donald Trump in 2020, and it doesn't
Well, you
matter.
answered your own question. You feel that they're just racist. I understand that, and I think many of them are. I just think that these kind of people we're talking about, and it's very pompous of me. I think they're first stupid before anything. They're just that stupid, unless they're intelligent and they're selfish. But most
Well,
of these people are stupid.
That's huge, Brian. What you just said.
I was ready to say selfish because
Yep.
I know some military officers, and in the Air Force, we have 3 core values: integrity, service, and excellence.
Right.
None of them. Integrity. I asked one of my so-called military buddies, "Yo, what's up with the integrity? Don't question my integrity." I was like, I struck a nerve.
Right.
Well,
Because-
that's true. No, you're right.
If you have a high level, if you hold us to a certain integrity level, like we can't do that, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that, and then everything you tell people, you tell your children, you're not supposed to commit adultery, you're not supposed to steal. Hey, you're supposed to pay your taxes. Taxes and
Yeah,
debt.
kind of the scorecard of what Donald Trump does.
Yeah, so
told all not to
everything
do that.
everything you tell everybody else in the country, like you said, you talk about Gary Hart,
Right.
a picture of the girl sitting on his lap, and he was about to be president.
And he would have been a good. I mean, if you can agree, I'm saying with me, I have a theory that there is a difference. It's hard when you look at Trump, but there is for many people, there is a difference between personal morality and professional morality. And for example, I use Dr. King. If you believe, you shouldn't have sex with anyone other than your wife, then, but none of us know the pressure King was under. And I'm not excused. I'm just saying, to me, that's the human side. He didn't preach personal morality. He preached social morality. And they're two different things. Now, Trump,
And he was flawed. He said he was flawed.
well, of course, any of us, are flawed. It looks like Brian is I think he's going to get up to go to the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen. The big question when he comes back, did number 1? Will he do number 2? Just walk in. Will Ronnie talk to him again?
No, I just
Here he
put
comes
light
back.
here.
Well, rumor has it, Dave, that Brian had aspirations towards a New Jersey rep seat, but they caught him with a girl in his lap, and was photographed and everything, and he went the Gary Hart route.
I would,
Well,
if I had run for office, I mean, a debate would have been just vicious because I can't control my temper with these Republicans, and I would probably turn off a lot of people.
That would have
I'll
been
tell-
great, Brian.
Yeah, I know. I would have just humiliated people.
No, you
That would have
wouldn't
been great.
have. Speaking
I'd be
of
the
someone,
same way. I'd be the same way.
Yeah.
yeah, no, well, yeah. I think it's really hard.
You got to control your temper.
Well, it's really hard though when they become moral issues. It really is. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, I'd love to try to reach some common ground with someone who says no to abortion. There's no common ground. They don't want it. I believe it's should be. There's no common ground.
I tell people it's none of my business.
Yeah, exactly. And again, hypocrisy in the Price family. Not that we haven't been hypocrites. Don't get me wrong. But hypocrisy is huge. No. We try not to. And I try not to be hypocritical. And for Donald Trump to make any kind of statement about abortion, when we know that we know for a fact that he's paid for 2. We don't know how many more. No whiskey in that cup. No whiskey in the jar. I'm still gonna hang. Which, again, what else can I say? I'm not defending it. It's Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Okay, none of them are in. We won't know. And you know what, though? Honestly, now I'm gonna be as serious as I can get. If Donald Trump wins, I'm not really interested in anybody else other than what I do. And what I mean by that, I don't do much. Can I just protest? I'm being smart. Can I protest 365 days a year? I live in Washington, D.C. I'm at the White House in 7 metro stops. No, is that tonight? I've got, when I say friends, I mean certainly more friends than some of the people I know on Facebook that I've learned who are out there all night. They're staying all night. They go out there every day. Is that what you do, or do you say this is not a country I want anymore?
I just hope all the attorneys are where they have to be in the Democratic Party.
They are. Did you listen last night? I forget the gentleman's name.
I saw it.
Yeah, and he's good. He's done it enough, and they're ready. Certainly one thing I have to admit this. We're certainly a lot closer tonight to sending it into court than I thought we might be at this point. But we're still not. It's every day now. Tonight we're not going to know. Okay.
If Trump loses by 3 electoral votes, you know damn well what's going to happen.
It depends on 3 states, Brian.
According to Edison Research here, it says that Wisconsin, Trump is leading by 4.5% with 65% counted.
Again, it does not. I know you realize that, Paul. Thank you for the numbers. It just matters. Those 65% don't matter. It's who are those 35% that isn't there, number one. And then number two, as we said before, does that include absentee or not? We don't know.
We were kind of in this position in 2016, though, Dave. I vaguely remember talking with you, and we were positive, and then it just kind of kept slipping away.
Yes, I'm not arguing with it.
That happened earlier, though, Brian, didn't it?
Yeah,
I would say about now it started. Things started to break.
Paul, yeah, you're both right. I mean, I think it was about an hour earlier, but I just remember, and again, it's not about what I remember, but I was very confident, and as states would come in, North Carolina, no, fine, Florida, and Chris Matthews, of course, who's no longer with us because of what he did, but Chris learned his politics in Philadelphia. And for me, and he was kind of a museum regular, so I knew him a little bit when I was working at the museum. And they all have the earphone in. And Chris was saying, "Oh, we're going to be okay. We got Philadelphia." And then I knowing enough, I just know a little bit about TV to know how it works. He got a message in you could just see this look on his face, and I said, "Oh my God!" And that's when he realized Pennsylvania was lost. And I just said, okay, this is done, So
Biden's going to speak soon. I guess he's going to tell us just to hold on and
what else can he say?
Well, over the last 4 elections, the election wasn't over on election day,
right?
And that's the one good thing that we had. One good thing and a bad thing. They're going to count votes all the way up to Friday,
right?
And it's always been like that, even though like we're looking here and they're saying New Hampshire goes to Biden with 50% of the voting, 52% of the voting. Or just now, even though they said New Jersey went to Biden like 2 hours ago, and then you turn the next channel and it's 61% in, 4 hours after the polls closed. So voting is going to go on all night.
Right.
Every state has provisions that all the votes must be counted, and they're not finalized to the Secretary of the Attorney General of each state
correct
certifying the election. So it may say, you know, for Trump to say yesterday, if the votes don't, if they don't announce me president, it don't count. He has no history.
Right. And he can say anything he wants. I mean, that doesn't mean that it's there. And Brian, to you and anyone feeling like you right now, I'm not trying to turn it, but I'm just saying, until the votes are counted, anything under, you know, if it's 3% separating or 4, and it could even be more, but right then, that's still in play. So,
No, Dave, I understand that. You just have to understand where I'm coming from.
oh, I know. I'm just saying,
It's,
you know,
it's very depressing because again, I thought that there would be more votes coming for blue because it was just clear cut that this man is a dirty man.
I thought it was gonna be a landslide. I really did.
Right,
Right.
a dirty man.
I
And
hope
these
there was
people-
going to be a landslide.
I think it shows the power of whatever. I think it shows a number of things. I think it shows the power of what a good con man can do. I used to think Trump was stupid.
Yeah.
He's not.
Here, especially. Yeah.
He's not stupid. He's the best con man America has ever had. There's no question
Always
in
had
my
many.
mind. But I'm saying he's the best. He's the best. I will
I
give him
think
that.
he's one of the most crooked presidents we've ever had. I
We
mean,
know all, but it doesn't matter.
you got to go back to Tammany Hall, I think,
Oh,
to
yeah,
find the
no.
light.
When all
And his family, evil.
25 years from now, or whenever historians can wrap around this story, there'll never be anybody even close to him. Was it been Harding and Ulysses S. Grant? Have been known to have.
What was Grant's cabinet? Grant personally was
right,
but
Grant was a good guy, but his cabinet was
correct.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Looking at that, but I think that what Trump has done, I only hire the best people. No, well, yeah, he hired the best people if he wanted the most crooks. I mean, that's not even an issue, and I don't think that entered in. The real issue to me is not even tonight that people who voted for Trump voted against their own self-interest, which they did.
That's
It's
crazy.
It's not the con man. It's
Oh, we
not
do
the
it. We do it
racism.
routinely. Vote against their own best interest. It's
But
a
I mean,
routine.
they
here,
are.
you know?
But you know what really boggles my mind is his mishandling of the coronavirus, which led to 200,000 Americans dead. Now, are they all at Trump's hands? No. 50% of them maybe. And what take that a step further is the number of people that apparently either don't care about that or don't think the virus is all that bad.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, looking at this map, the map that he is winning, that sloth, that red wave is going
right?
from Florida diagonal up to Iowa and the Dakotas. Those are all the places where the COVID is back. Well, on a rampage.
But
So it's like-
that's what I'm saying. Right. So that makes
He's going to take the
absolute.
healthcare.
Well, you want to know the bright side. If he wins, his supporters will continue to believe it's not there. They will continue to get it because he won't get it under control, and we'll keep wearing masks. And
In next election,
yeah, but Brian's right about that. It always seems like next election. But I mean, the only time that I've ever really been surprised and heartbroken about an election as president was Hillary Trump. I couldn't conceive of that. Now, if Trump were to win this, it would surpass that. And I didn't think any
Because
not
you
the
throw
surprise-
everything at him, you had everybody
the-
coming out.
Not the surprise factor, that will never be again. But what I'm saying is and we've all talked a little bit about it tonight, he has demonstrated that he is completely ill-suited to be the president of the United States. And if enough people give him enough electoral votes to go back into office, what the hell? And George,
He's
you're back to-
ill-suited for any leadership position, in my opinion.
Oh,
I mean,
you're
the guy's a
right.
total screw up. Look at the way he handled the country in the last month, with the COVID. I mean,
Well, that's right. But,
terrible.
But what we're all saying is, at least at this point, we don't know how many people haven't voted, but it may be it may be the number 46% for him. I mean, we don't know when we get the totals in, but there's a substantial number of people that let me say it this way. I understand less tonight than I did yesterday about them.
Somebody told me a long time ago about people like Donald Trump. They fester. Well, not fester. They grow. They grow in strength when they're surrounded by people who think like them.
Oh, right.
Like a bully. So as he surrounded, when he first got into office, that first group of people that he had selected for him, that Christie selected for him, if they would have stayed, he would have been a little bit more stable. But as they jumped ship, or he pushed them out,
right,
and he brought in all these people who thought just like who
great
he worked.
Point. George, I think that it seems like the Republican side at that time was just all hell bent on reversing Obama policies. You know, I mean, just
every last one.
That's what unified them back then. You know.
Well, you know what?
So they joined them. You know.
Well, the only thing left now is healthcare. You know, I mean,
one thing left standing. Yeah.
I told me and my wife were in the car the other day, and I told her the one thing that Obama did that hurt us is he didn't brag. Every time he signed a bill, every time he signed legislation, he didn't have a photo op. You didn't see him giving, you just hear about it. Hey,
he was a cautious individual in general, I think.
Right.
Yeah. But on the flip side, Trump, he's in the hospital signing blank pieces of paper to make it seem like he's, I'm the hardest working president.
No, you're right.
Good point. It's an interesting point.
But that's back to the con man factor. I mean, I can say this with certainty, as certain as you can say anything that you can't say with certainty because it was in the past and you can't prove it. Donald Trump would not be president had he not been on reality TV as long as he was on. The American people, you were talking earlier about it, George, saying this, what they learned. Unfortunately, the TV is their reality.
Ask one Trump supporter, what successful business did Donald Trump have? And I asked a couple young my knuckleheads, why you support him? He's a successful businessman. Name one business that he has that's successful, other than selling his name.
Right. And there you are. And
which ain't really his name.
What really?
And that's the only thing he's done successfully.
Well, but that's where people aren't sophisticated enough to understand the difference. He played a successful businessman on a reality show that was scripted, okay? And because they hear the word reality, I don't know. It's a bad analogy, but I'll bring it up. I still to this day love professional wrestling. I do. I think it's wonderful. It's never been a sport. You can learn a lot about America, who's in, who's out, who's up, who's down. But I can remember, and Michael, our son, loved it, and we went to a lot of pro wrestling events together, and we would take great pride, he with his age group in mind, with mine or that age, trying to explain to them that it wasn't real. And we could.
That was a challenge.
But you could still love it, right? I loved it because it wasn't real. But I knew that, Razor Ramon wasn't really, and as it took off, and and it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and I think it's the same thing here. People look at Trump as the reality, and you know what he did, George? I think too, and Paul and Brian, he did something that they think bosses should do, and it's the last thing a boss should do. he fired people. I'm not saying a boss shouldn't fire, right? But you shouldn't take pleasure in that. And you know what I think? I think they transferred a lot of that. I'd like to be the boss and fire people, into that. And for some people, I'd like to fire the black people that I work with. For some people, I'd like to fire the immigrants by not letting them in the country and taking the jobs that I'm not going to take, right? Or whatever. But we really are. Gentlemen, I'd love to tell you differently. Just tonight proves something. America is still a sick, sick country.
Well, there's a little bit of good news I can give you that relates to what you said, Dave, about, you asked me the question about Milwaukee and Kornacki.
Right.
He said, right now, obviously Trump's winning in Wisconsin, but he said, we don't know how many mail-in votes there are, and especially from the city of Milwaukee, and there could be a lot, and it could really change things. So, I guess what I'm saying is that it looks like, maybe it really does look like Biden will perhaps win Wisconsin. Doesn't look right now, but he said still there are still a lot of votes in DeKalb County in Georgia, But my problem is not that, Dave. Again, it's
okay. Go ahead.
Trump and Barr and all that mess. They can still do whatever they can do, whether it's with the mail, and then we have to wait 2 days. That's fine. I can wait 2 days.
They will thrive under
Trump
tight
win.
conditions. Yeah, in a tight race, they will thrive. That's the problem.
Right. Well, I think that's why we're all tonight at different levels down.
And he'll be talking up all the crap tomorrow. You know that.
You can talk anything you want. It's what you do. Okay. So we get back to, Brian, something you brought up very early in the show.
This cat.
It doesn't help if what's his name? The postmaster guy now.
DeJoy.
It doesn't matter. DeJoy. It doesn't matter if DeJoy goes to prison or not. That's immaterial. What does matter is those votes out there get counted. And the positive is that a judge has told him to do something and he defied an order. So does that mean the judge is going to say, I told you to do it, you didn't do it, we're going to bring in federal marshals and we're going to get those votes counted, right? That's one thing. The second thing is, right, you're right, Brian. I never said, the closer the election is, the more chance they have to steal it. And I think that's why we're kind of down. Not that we drank the reverse Kool-Aid, but there were possibilities that Texas and Florida and Georgia and North Carolina were in play. And they were, and they're not out of it yet, right? But I think, we'd feel a lot better, not just about him winning. But the bottom line is this. Whoever gets to 270 first is the winner. And nobody's at 270 yet. Brian, have you run across, kind of an unconfirmed, confirmed electoral count anywhere in your searching there?
205 to 136 right now.
And who has the 205?
Biden. But Texas hasn't come in yet. It's 205 to 136.
So what I'm saying is, you could say that's great, right? Biden is. I feel a lot better being the way it is now than the reverse number.
Yeah, Trump definitely is worrying right now. He still has to worry because if Philadelphia comes through, he's screwed. And they could.
You know what I'm thinking too? You know how people say, oh, if you lose and winning sweeter. No, I like to win every damn time. I realize that's not realistic. So no, this is not going to make it any sweeter. This is, sweeter would have been the landslide. Sweeter would be, Trump being incapacitated by the virus when he got it. So now, it certainly it's not going to be helpful in terms of that period between whenever we get a president and assuming the president is Biden, it doesn't help that November to January thing.
By the way, this is the longest show we've done this year. We're at 4 hours and 34 minutes.
Yeah. You know what's good, Brian? This show, I wanted to do it, and I didn't think of the election show as doing it. This is longer than any Bruce Springsteen concert because his longest is 4 hours and 16 minutes. And that was my personal goal with this show. So Bruce, still love you. You're still the best band, you and the E Street, the best band in the country. But we did a longer show.
Yeah, it's,
Well,
What point
Well, I
you want
got
to back?
actually, guys. I'm gonna have to. I
Yeah,
gotta
I'm
get ready tomorrow.
I understand.
I got class tomorrow.
George,
we
can I
got-
say one? Can I say one thing to you that has nothing to do seriously now with the election? But
Absolutely.
It's something I didn't get a chance to say to you. I don't think at any time when we were teaching together. When it was announced, and I forget the year, when it was announced that ROTC was coming to Bridgeton High School, I did not like the idea, and here's why. I mean, you remember I'm a child of the '60s, and I didn't like ROTC.
Same thing happened in Cherry Hill. They didn't want one in the beginning.
Necessarily, I didn't want to go with it. And there were 2 times, I hope this isn't the third time, there were 2 times in that high school when I was absolutely 100% wrong. And I'll tell you what they were. And one of them you get credit for. One of them is, I think, ROTC, a program that I was worried about, just in terms of what it might not be, has turned out to be one of the most fabulous programs in the history of Bridgeton High School. And you deserve a lot of credit for that. You really do. Second program, the one, and this, I give this credit to every Bridgeton student who was there at this time. When they said they were bringing over the severely handicapped kids, right, and putting them in, I thought, man, kids are cruel. And I actually started taking my classes down there initially, and working with and I love those kids. But to a person, those Bridgeton students never messed with them. You know what I mean? Never said a word, never. And that speaks volumes of both that program and the Bridgeton kids. And if there is any justice in the world, and there's not, for Bridgeton kids, Joe Biden will win. But you know what? If he doesn't, those
I don't
kids
think
that we
they
talk-
quite feel that stuff yet. That
No. What I'm saying is, I still think that George. I agree with him 100. I just have a lot of confidence in this younger generation. When us oldsters die, and may that day come soon for anyone who voted for Donald Trump, that there will be a much better America. They'll take it in that, and from AOC right on down, right? Some of them are already there. Some of them are, they're like you said, they're first-time city commissioners, right? Zoning boards, whatever. And so I was kind of hoping that I could be part of the legacy of leaving them not disaster, but if Donald Trump wins, yeah, but it's not the end. It's still the young people. We do that.
I think things are starting to turn Biden's way. That's what I'm getting from.
And I said I've never, I'm not gonna say I told you so to anybody, but I'm
He's
just
got
saying.
Minnesota.
Maybe it's just like John Kennedy. They didn't know until.
Well, I think we get spoiled, gentlemen, because we're so used to networks calling it early. And there are 2 reasons why they're being super cautious tonight. One is because they don't want to get burnt, right? And the other reason is that the votes aren't in. I mean, we don't know. We're sitting here blind, and so are they. I mean, they have better numbers than we do. Do you notice what they didn't do tonight? They didn't do exit polls. Do you know why? They're meaningless, because who cares? Again, the exit. This is just not like any election in the history.
Jacob Gordon says, "Damn guys, I'm on the Pacific Coast and it's late out here."
Jacob, if I can respond to you, I don't have anything to do. And so my wife said I had to be out of here by midnight.
Florida to Trump.
Definitely, or just predict?
Definitely.
Okay, fine.
96% in. The lead is to 38.
Yeah, no
300,000. Yeah.
No problem.
Well, anytime you guys want to, invite me again, please, by all means, Brian. Definitely. I appreciate Dave. You're one of my heroes, man. From when I first.
Well, don't say that. But here's what I will say, George, and Paul. I'm really glad to see you guys back. And the reason I'm saying that is we all have our roles to play in life, and we all have our roles to play on this show. And I'm really glad, Paul, unfortunately, you could have gotten away and you didn't, and we got you back. And I'm not letting you go anywhere this time. Okay, that's number one. And to George, you were foolish enough to listen to Creepazoid there, Brian. And I will call, I want you on every show. Now, I know that's not realistic, okay, because you have a life. But every time, and eventually we'll get so many people that we can get rid of Brian and actually take this show somewhere. You know what I mean? Captain Doom and Gloom there. Thank you, George, for coming.
Well, it hasn't been a good 4 years.
It was nice to meet you, George. I don't think you'll be missing anything from here on out.
Same to you, Paul.
And what again? I'm not serious much, but I'm going to be serious. You guys really do add, not to the show. You bring a different perspective, just like Brian has a different perspective. I have one, and there's nothing wrong. And the other thing, what we hope to do, Brian, I've talked a little bit about this. It would really be nice, even though I have nothing to do, to have people come on, like not tonight. We did the show, but like George, if you do 1 week and Paul, not the whole show, because we're talking about it. Brian and I have talked about it. We're definitely going to go with this format to Joe Biden is sworn in on January 20th. But we started to get some things to say, look, we're still going to be divided. And so we might, there's a good chance we'll continue this, but of course, in a different vein if Biden is there.
Biden's ready to speak now, I think.
All right. Brian, you want to kill it? So it's your call.
Yeah, I want to just.
Yeah, and
hold on for 1 second. Just. He says hang on real quick.
So guys, I'll see y'all later.
All right, George. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Take care.
Here he is. Maybe he can tell us something we don't know.
He's going to tell us just what you said he's going to tell.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Okay.
All right. So
Very, very quickly, and we're getting ready to wrap up. Exactly what he needed to do. Number one, he spoke before Trump.
right.
Okay,
Smart.
that's number one. Number two, he said exactly what needed to be said and no more. He's in play in all those states, right? He wins 3 of those, ball games over. He's got 4, right? He's got Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. Now, I don't expect, Georgia's the outlier. He didn't mention Texas, so I'm assuming that he feels that Texas is out of his reach. Do we have any final call? Not a final call, but where does Texas stand, Brian? You've been doing a good job of looking at that all night. Do we have any idea where Texas is?
Yeah.
Because
one
as I said,
second. It doesn't look good, but I'm just going to tell you.
well, no, I understand that, but again, we don't know about these absentees.
Okay,
you know,
Texas,
it-
80% in, and he's up by 3.8%. So he's
Who is Trump is up?
Trump is up by 600,000 votes, with 20% more to come in.
But again, we don't know whether that's 20% more
Right.
coming
I
in.
think 600 is going to be tough.
Not,
But
no,
he-
not. It's not tough. It's not tough at all if that number doesn't include the votes that came
Houston and-
before.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it is. If you're telling me, yeah, it's a lot. If you're telling me that all, and I'm not asking you to. We don't know. But I'm saying, they probably do know. On one of the networks. But if that number, there's 2 entirely different pictures there. One is if those numbers include the absentees. If they don't,
I think, Dave, the number one thing, I think both you and Paul will probably agree with me. The good thing, again, is that you have 3 of the 4 states have Democratic governors.
absolutely, Brian, absolutely.
And you're going to need that
Absolutely.
because that's where he starts putting on the heavies, and he can't do that with these people. Not without
Right,
any
right.
price.
I'm starting to move Dave's way. I think Biden's going to take this.
Yeah, and how you say, like, I hope you're right and all that. I hope I'm right. Okay, but I
Gary
really am.
says
I'm not
Arizona
making
too.
The 10 p.m. If anybody wants to just fault me for being overly optimistic, yeah, I'll take that one. Right?
Look, it's not. Look. It's just optimism. That's all. It's not. Don't worry
No,
about it.
no, but I'm not downplaying anything. But I'm still going to go to bed tonight, or not go to bed tonight. As soon
It
as
won't
we
be like
sign
4
off.
years ago. You still have an opportunity here.
Well, no, 4 years ago coming up. Yeah. What was, I think, and Paul, Brian, I don't remember. I think it was because Judy went to bed. I think it was, we knew it before that, but it was around 1:30 a.m. I think, when, and then she went to bed, and then Trump made his victory speech, and he's not going to make that tonight. And the other thing I think we have to keep
Well,
in
I don't
mind
know.
is-
He might try. You never know.
No. The real one, Brian. You got to
Right.
remember, it doesn't matter what he says.
Trump tweets that he's going to be talking shortly.
He always talks short. No, right. But what I'm saying, it doesn't matter what he said. Just like really, it doesn't matter what Joe Biden said. But it does matter, like I said, that Biden got in first. So that's on the table. And now Trump can say whatever he wants. And Joe, not because he's my man, but he is at this point. Joe said it's not till every vote is counted. And that 3%, those 2% out there, that's not that hard. If 96% are in and that, but where we are right now, it all hinges, as it did all along, on the absentee ballots. Does that change anything?
Why don't
Right.
they
I
count
thought it
votes
would be
first?
just the regular mail-in ballots, not just absentee.
I don't know. We don't know.
Why don't they count those first? I mean, they had plenty of time, right?
Yeah,
Well, each state's different. They make
Yeah,
the decisions by state, and then
that's what's crazy.
they think they want to wait until afterwards and all that crap.
You know,
These are Democratic states, so that's like I say, that's still a good thing.
Well,
they will
the other
count those votes.
The other thing is, and this is just from there were 2 elections that I covered. One was actually with my physician. He ran for a county freeholder seat, and I was with him the whole night. That's who I covered. It just got assigned that. And he won, he lost, he won, he lost, he won, he lost. You know what I mean? It was just this whole night thing. But see, back then it was paper ballots completely. And we've gotten, I think I did in the back of my mind, I had it too. But we certainly didn't get that. And it's not a popular vote landslide. We didn't knock him out in Florida, which is fine. We didn't knock him out, it appears, in Ohio, you said, Brian. Iowa was a lost dream. Anybody who thought Iowa, they were on. Brian, can't hear you. You're on mute.
Basically, what we said, it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And
now, the one thing I'm going to go off now, but the one thing I got to look at, so I suggest you do too.
I'm worried about Michigan, though. That's what I'm worried about.
Well, here's the thing. You have to see, when you say Pennsylvania, would Arizona, the combination of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, take Pennsylvania out of play?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, because he took Arizona.
Gary Peacock would know that. If Gary, you can tell us
if he's still up, because that's pretty big.
I think he did say that. I think Gary, like you said, if you get the one
Arizona,
Nebraska vote,
and the Nebraska vote, because again, we could want all we want, a landslide. We just have Joe Biden.
Joni Ernst won, the bitch.
Well,
lying
that
bitch.
doesn't. But it doesn't, because the power in the incumbency is great. It's great. It's very hard unless you have.
Gary says yes.
Okay, tell Gary thank you. Gary, thank you.
Tell Gary thank you. Gary, thank you.
But
Gary, you've just won a free trip to Washington.
Hey, Gary, look. Unlike you, Gary is
just won a free trip to Dave's house.
Yeah.
Gary's lived with us for a while, so Gary is always welcome.
Right, listen, we are getting. I'm going to have to go to sleep at some point here, and I got to kind of, sign off.
Done.
We're done.
Yeah, I'm done. I mean, I just.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna.
Great seeing you,
Paul. Thank you.
Back. And Paul, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Will you go back to the old way, which when you can do the show, you'd be willing to do it? It'll be a much different show, but you bring so much to it.
Right.
Well, I mean, I can't go on as frequently as you guys do. That's just
that's not what we're asking. We said whenever you can.
And yeah, of course. But I mean, the topic has to change a little bit. I'm not a political pundit,
Oh, no. Again, what I said was, well, for not being a political pundit, you do a damn good job. And you know what, Paul? Political pundits like myself, and I'm not one either, but I do play at being one. You bring a different. You bring, what could I say? You bring civility. You bring caution.
Insight.
You bring insight. You bring intellect, and what you bring, and I don't know if you realize this, is the idea of an intelligent person examining it. Not that you're devoid of emotion. I don't mean that. But you're not blinded by that. And I think that's a very important quality for a show like this. And to be honest with you, and don't tell Brian this, when we get through this, when we morph the show, it's going to be much more down your alley and our alleys and Brian's alleys, because we'll be talking about the divides. And you would be great with the economy end of that. You know what I mean? And we're going to advocate, if Joe Biden wins, we're going to advocate he takes programs that are probably a little bit out of his comfort zone. And hell, if Donald Trump wins, we're just going to, not bash him personally, but it's even more valuable to try to figure out what to do.
Well, thanks for the kind words, both of you. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about a Biden win right now. I'll be honest with you. I think that
yes, Gary, you're right.
Here comes the blowout that we were expecting. I think. I know it's probably a little early to say that, but I think things are really working Biden's way right now. A lot of
I think,
like Georgia, is up for grabs.
I don't think he's going to get Georgia, though. I don't think he's going to get Georgia.
Well, at
Arizona's
this point,
returned. I think Trump's in. It sounds like he's in trouble in Wisconsin,
Yes.
and you know, so it's what
They
what,
should all
down in
turn. All
Michigan-
three of those should turn.
Michigan and Pennsylvania, right? I mean, I think Trump's in trouble.
If they turn. It looks like they will.
And Trump's already tweeted something to the effect of, "Hey, we're doing great." But what did he say? Something about we're doing great. Let me see if I could find it. We're doing great, but there's some cheating going. Oh, he says.
oh yeah.
He says we're up big. Hold on, I got to find it. So which really is admission. He says we're up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never
Well,
let
try
them
to
do it.
foment crap now.
So that's basically admission that things are going against him, and
I
Right.
would agree.
I think he's in trouble. That's what I think.
And I would agree. And you know what? I hate to say this way, but it's true. We'll know when we know. And this is the
So
last
Trump
thing I
does
will
have a
say.
huge lead in Pennsylvania right now, Brian.
Right, but the Philadelphia stuff's basically not in.
Yeah,
Most.
you've got to see that. We'll know when we'll know. And my last comment will be, and when that moment comes, we will know that Joe Biden is president of the United States.
All right, and if he isn't, we got a hell of a 4 years to go here,
No argument with that.
and
Brian.
the whole country's done, like we said. All right, guys, thank you, and that's it. It's just
Yeah,
too
thanks
late.
for having me on. I enjoyed
No
myself.
problem, Paul. All right, Paul. Great seeing
Good
you.
night. Good night to anyone who listens.
Dave, do me a favor though. You please go down to Washington there and take some videos tonight till 4 in the
No,
morning.
here I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I'm not. And again, it's a little scary in Washington tomorrow. I don't know if you gentlemen are aware of this. There's a group called Shut Down DC, and they're a radical approach, which you need to take from time to time. But kind of the indications I got from talking to some of them today and out there, we know it's on the calendar. They want to do this regardless of who won tonight, because what they want to prove is they want to address the fact that different Republican organizations, whether it was Congress, Heritage Foundation, AEI, all these things, were complicit in this Trump thing. So they're talking about shutting down Washington tomorrow. Now, what's interesting is you can shut down Washington because nobody's there. But my point is, when you start getting crowds, you always have the potential for violence.
Well, then don't go down there. Listen,
Oh,
I
no,
got to
I
sign
would-
off, Dave. I got to
I
sign
would go-
off, all right?
No, I want to keep you up. Paul, leave. I just want to keep Brian up. This is